The air inside the car smelled like stale coffee and the ozone scent of a dying air conditioner. It was 3:00 p.m. on a Tuesday, and the heat in the valley was a physical weight, a thick, shimmering curtain that made the asphalt look like it was melting into mercury. Elias kept his hands at 10 and 2, his palms slick against the cracked leather of the steering wheel. To his right, the GPS sat silent, its screen a dull gray void. It hadn't found a signal since he turned off the main highway 3 miles back. Ahead, the mountain didn't look like a mountain. It looked like a bruise on the horizon, a purple-black mass of granite and pine that swallowed the sun. And at the base of that bruise was the entrance to the Oakhaven Pass. It was a concrete archway, stained by decades of soot and moss, looking less like a piece of infrastructure and more like a throat. The sign above it was rusted, the letters peeling away like dead skin. OAKHAVN Pass, reduce speed. Elias tapped the brakes. The transition from the blinding valley sun to the shadow of the tunnel was instantaneous. The light didn't fade, it snapped. One moment, the world was gold and overexposed. The next, it was charcoal and fluorescent. The tunnel was 2 lanes wide, lined with white tiles that had yellowed to the color of old teeth. Every fourth light fixture was dead, creating a rhythmic pulse of amber and shadow against the dashboard. Thump-hum, thump-hum. The sound of the tires on the expansion joints was the only thing filling the silence. He checked his rearview mirror. The entrance was a shrinking square of white light. He looked back at the road. The tunnel stretched forward, straight and unwavering, but the perspective felt wrong. The walls seemed to be leaning inward, just a fraction of a degree, as if the mountain were slowly exhaling. Then the first shift happened. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a sensation in his sinuses, a sharp, needle-like prick of cold. Elias reached for the climate control. He turned the dial all the way to the red, but the air coming out of the vents didn't change. In fact, it grew thinner. He exhaled, and a plume of white vapor bloomed in front of his face, obscuring the windshield for a split second. He frowned, leaning closer to the glass. The temperature gauge on the dashboard, which had been reading 98 degrees just minutes ago, began to drop. 92, 84, 71. The numbers flickered like a countdown. He rolled his window down an inch, expecting the humid summer air to rush in and equalize the cabin. Instead, a draft of air so dry and frigid hit his cheek that it felt like a razor blade. It carried a scent he couldn't quite place, something metallic, like a penny held under a tongue, mixed with the faint, medicinal smell of a sterilized hospital wing. He rolled the window back up, but the cold was already inside. It wasn't just in the air. It was in the metal of the gear shift, the fabric of his seat, the very marrow of his bones. His fingers began to lose their dexterity, turning a waxy, translucent white at the knuckles. "Just a pocket of air," he whispered. His voice sounded flat, the sound waves dying before they could hit the passenger door. Thermal inversion, that's all. He looked at the speedometer. He was doing 45, but the tiles on the wall seemed to be moving slower now. He pressed the gas. The engine roared, a guttural, strained sound, but the needle didn't move. Thump-hum, thump-hum. He glanced at the passenger seat. There was a thin layer of frost forming on the plastic of the glove box. It grew in crystalline fractals, spreading like a slow-motion explosion. He reached out to touch it, and his skin hissed against the surface. A tiny patch of his fingertip stayed behind, frozen to the plastic. He pulled his hand back, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He didn't feel fear yet, not the sharp, screaming kind. He felt a clinical sort of confusion. The physics of the space were beginning to unspool. As he looked back at the rearview mirror, the entrance was gone. There was no square of light. There was only the tunnel, stretching back into a darkness so absolute it looked solid. He looked forward. The exit should have been visible by now. The Oakhaven Pass was only half a mile long. He had been driving for 4 minutes. At 45 miles per hour, he should have been out 3 times over. The temperature gauge hit 32 degrees. Then it stopped showing numbers. It simply displayed a single word in a flickering green font: low. The car began to shudder, not a mechanical vibration, but a rhythmic swaying, as if the road itself were being pulled like a rug. Elias gripped the wheel so hard his forearms ached. He tried to focus on the tiles, but they were no longer white or yellow. They were gray, coated in a thick, velvety layer of hoarfrost. That was when he saw the figure. It was standing in the breakdown lane, about 50 yards ahead. At first, he thought it was a construction pylon or a discarded tire, but as the headlights swept over it, the shape resolved into a person. They were wearing a heavy wool overcoat, the kind people wore in the 1940s. They were standing perfectly still, facing the wall, their forehead pressed against the frozen tiles. Elias slowed the car to a crawl. His breath was coming in short, jagged gasps now, each one a cloud of ice. "Hey," he called out. He didn't mean to. The word just leaked out of him. The figure didn't move, but as Elias rolled past, he noticed something that made the metallic taste in his mouth turn to copper. The figure wasn't just leaning against the wall. The frost from the tiles had grown over their coat, stitching them to the concrete. Their shoes were encased in a block of clear ice that had bled out from the curb. They weren't standing there. They were part of the architecture. Elias floored the accelerator. The tires spun on a patch of black ice, fishtailing the car toward the concrete barrier. He corrected the slide, his chest heaving. The temperature continued to plummet. He felt the moisture on his eyeballs beginning to crystallize. Every time he blinked, it felt like sand was being rubbed into his sockets. Then the lights in the tunnel changed. The amber pulse stopped. Every fixture for the next 100 yards flickered once and died. The darkness rushed in, thick and suffocating. Elias flipped his high beams on, but the light seemed to hit a wall of fog 10 feet in front of the bumper. The fog wasn't white. It was a dull, bruised purple. He looked at the clock on the dashboard. The red digital numbers were scrambling, spinning through hours and minutes that didn't exist. 1488, 2299, 0000. The ticking started then. It was a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from the roof of the car. Tap, 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 tap. It sounded like fingernails or hailstones. He looked up. The fabric of the car's ceiling was sagging. A small, dark indentation appeared in the center of the roof, as if something very heavy and very cold were resting on top of the vehicle, pressing down. The indentation moved. It dragged itself slowly toward the front of the car. Elias didn't scream. His throat was too dry, the air too cold to vibrate his vocal cords. He just stared as the metal of the roof began to groan under the weight. A hairline crack appeared in the windshield. Then, as suddenly as the cold had arrived, it began to retreat. The frost on the glove box melted in a sudden, violent hiss, turning to steam. The temperature gauge began to climb 40, 50, 65. the purple fog thinned, revealing the tunnel ahead. The exit was there, a tiny, brilliant pinprick of white light in the distance. Elias felt a surge of adrenaline so potent it made his vision swim. He pushed the car harder, the engine finally finding its grip. The tapping on the roof stopped. The weight lifted. He watched the exit grow. The circle of light expanded, turning from a dot to a coin, then to a doorway. He could see the green of trees, the shimmer of heat waves on the road outside. He could almost smell the dust and the pine. He was 50 yards away, 20, 10. The car burst out of the tunnel and into the sunlight. Elias slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt on the shoulder of the road. He threw the door open and stumbled out, collapsing onto the hot asphalt. He pressed his face against the ground, sobbing with relief as the 100-degree heat scorched his skin. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever felt. He stayed there for a long time, breathing in the scent of dry grass and exhaust. His fingers began to regain their color. The stinging in his eyes faded. Finally, he stood up, wiping the sweat and grime from his face. He turned back to look at the tunnel. It looked perfectly normal, a concrete hole in a mountain, no frost, no purple fog. He walked to the back of his car, intending to check the roof for the indentations he had seen. He needed to know it was real. He needed the evidence of the weight. He reached the trunk and stopped. The roof of the car was perfectly smooth. There were no dents, no scratches. But as he looked at the rear window, his heart stopped. The glass was fogged over from the sudden change in temperature, and there, etched into the condensation on the inside of the glass, were 4 words written in a cramped, shaky hand. "It is still cold." Elias looked down at his own hands. They were shaking, but they weren't shaking from fear. He watched as a single, crystalline flake of snow drifted down from the clear, blue July sky and landed on his thumb. It didn't melt. He looked at his arm. The hair was standing up, not from a breeze, but from a sudden, localized drop in pressure. He turned back to the road ahead. The highway stretched out into the desert, shimmering in the heat. But as he looked closer, he realized the shimmering wasn't heat. The horizon was beginning to turn white. Elias reached for his car door, but his fingers slipped. The handle was slick. He looked down. A thin, transparent film of ice was spreading across the metal of the door, moving with the speed of a closing shutter. He looked back at the tunnel. The entrance was no longer empty. The figure in the wool overcoat was standing just inside the shadow, no longer pressed against the wall. It was facing him now. It didn't have a face, just a smooth, featureless surface of polished ice where a countenance should be. It raised a hand, a slow, stiff gesture. It pointed not at Elias, but at the road ahead. The temperature gauge inside the car, still visible through the window, began to drop again. 98. Low 60. Elias didn't wait. He scrambled back into the driver's seat and slammed the door. He shifted into drive and floored it, his tires screaming as they tore away from the tunnel. He drove for 10 miles, then 20. The sun stayed high. The desert stayed brown. He began to breathe again. He turned on the radio, desperate for the sound of a human voice. The report of unusual weather patterns in the high desert today. The announcer's voice crackled through the static. Unseasonable, cold fronts appearing out of nowhere. Drivers are advised to stay off the Oak Haven Pass until. The radio cut to static. Elias looked at the GPS. It was back online. Recalculating, the voice said. It sounded different, lower, thicker. In 200 yards, enter the tunnel. Elias looked ahead. There was no mountain. There was only flat, open desert for 50 miles. But as he rounded a slight bend in the road, the asphalt began to change. The black tar turned to white tile. The sun overhead began to dim, turning from a golden orb to a flickering, amber fluorescent bulb. He tried to turn the wheel, but it was locked. He tried to hit the brakes, but the pedal was a solid block of ice. The car didn't slow down, it accelerated. The desert walls rose up on either side of him, turning from sand to concrete. The sky narrowed into a ceiling. He wasn't driving away from the tunnel. The tunnel was moving with him. And this time, the temperature didn't stop at 32. He felt his heart beat slow. He felt the blood in his veins thickening, turning to a sluggish slush. He looked at the passenger seat. The figure in the wool coat was sitting there. It wasn't looking at him. It was looking at the dashboard. It reached out a frost-covered finger and touched the clock. The numbers stopped scrambling. They settled on a single static time. 0000. Almost there, the figure whispered. The voice didn't come from its mouth. It came from the speakers of the car. Elias looked out the windshield. The exit was gone. There was only the white tile, the amber light, and the sound of the tires. Zum-pum. He reached for the door handle, but his hand wouldn't move. He looked down. His arm was white, not the white of pale skin, but the translucent, crystalline white of a glacier. He tried to blink, but his eyelids were frozen open. He watched as the frost crawled up the steering wheel, over his chest, and toward his throat. He wasn't cold anymore. That was the most terrifying part. He felt warm, a deep, inviting heat that made him want to close his eyes and sleep. Don't, the figure said. The middle is the warmest part. Wait until we reach the end. Elias watched the tiles. He began to count them. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 400, he couldn't remember his own name. By the time he reached 1,000, he couldn't remember what the sun looked like. He just sat there, a statue of ice behind a wheel of frozen leather, driving deeper into a mountain that didn't exist, through a winter that would never end. The car slowed, the engine died. The silence was absolute. The figure in the passenger seat turned to him. Its face was no longer smooth. It was a mirror. Elias looked into it and saw himself, but his eyes were empty. They were just two holes filled with drifting snow. Exit's coming up, the mirror self said. Elias looked forward. There was a light, but it wasn't the sun. It was the glare of a pair of headlights, coming from a car that looked exactly like his own, driven by a man with terrified eyes and slick palms. Elias felt his body being pulled out of the seat, through the glass, and into the breakdown lane. He felt his forehead press against the cold, white tiles. He tried to move, but the frost was already stitching him to the wall. He watched as his car, drove past him. He saw the man inside look at him with horror. He wanted to scream. He wanted to tell him to turn back. But he couldn't. He was part of the architecture now. He waited for the next car. And as he waited, the temperature began to drop. Halfway through the tunnel, it always turned cold. But eventually, you stopped feeling it. Eventually, you were the cold. The stillness of the concrete was not a lack of motion, but a suspension of it. Elias felt the vibration of the passing car through the soles of his shoes, a rhythmic thrumming that resonated in his frozen marrow. He watched the taillights of his own sedan, or the sedan that used to be his, dwindle into the artificial twilight of the Oakhaven Pass. The red glow bled into the amber overheads, then vanished, leaving him in the oppressive, antiseptic silence of the tiles. He tried to pull his hand away from the wall. The skin didn't tear. It didn't even register the sensation of being stuck. There was no pain, only the clinical realization that the boundary between his physical form and the mountain had dissolved. He was a pillar of salt in a cathedral of frost. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. In the tunnel, time didn't flow linearly. It pooled like stagnant water in the low spots of the road. He found that if he concentrated, he could see the air. Not just the vapor of a breath, but the actual molecules of oxygen and nitrogen, slowed by the absolute zero of the environment until they hung like suspended dust motes in a shaft of light. They were jagged, crystalline things, beautiful and lethal. A sound began to grow in the distance. It wasn't the roar of an engine. It was a high-pitched, metallic screech, like a needle being dragged across a vinyl record. It came from the direction of the entrance that should have been miles behind him, but now felt as though it were just around the bend. Something was coming. It didn't use the road. It moved along the ceiling. Elias strained his frozen optic nerves, shifting his gaze upward without moving his head. At first, it looked like a shadow, a stain of deeper blackness against the soot-stained concrete. Then, the amber light caught the glint of something wet. It was a mass of discarded winter clothing, heavy wool coats, scarves, leather gloves, and thick boots, all stitched together by a webbing of translucent ice. It moved with the undulating grace of a centipede, its dozens of sleeves reaching out like limbs to grip the light fixtures and expansion joints. It didn't have a head, but as it passed directly above Elias, a dozen hollow hoods turned in unison to look down at him. A voice, or a chorus of voices, echoed through the tunnel. It wasn't a sound carried by air. It was a vibration in the stone. "Is it deep enough yet?" the voices asked. Elias couldn't answer. His jaw was a locked hinge of ice. The creature on the ceiling continued its slow, grotesque crawl. As it moved, it left behind a trail of hoarfrost that grew in intricate, fern-like patterns. Where the frost touched the tiles, the porcelain cracked, revealing not dirt or rebar behind the wall, but more ice, dark, glacial ice that had been compressed for millennia. Elias realized then that the Oakhaven Pass wasn't a tunnel through a mountain. It was a vein, a hollowed-out artery in a body of ice that spanned dimensions. The concrete and the lights were just a skin, a lure designed to look like the world he knew, a way to bridge the gap between the blistering valley and this silent, eternal white. The screeching faded. The creature disappeared into the darkness toward the center of the pass. Then the air changed. The oppressive cold didn't lift, but it sharpened. The silence was broken by a soft, rhythmic clicking. Click, click, click. From the darkness of the breakdown lane, a figure approached. It wasn't the man in the wool coat, and it wasn't the mirror version of himself. This was a woman. She wore a sundress the color of a faded marigold, a garment so thin and bright it looked like a hallucination against the gray concrete. Her skin was the blue of a drowned person, and her hair was a brittle crown of frozen strands. She stopped a few feet from Elia's. She wasn't stuck to the wall. She moved with a jerky, stop-motion gait, her joints snapping with the sound of breaking twigs. "You're new," she said. Her voice was the sound of a glacier calving into the sea, a deep, resonant boom that made Elia's teeth ache. He tried to blink. A small shard of ice fell from his eyelash. "Don't try to fight the integration," she whispered, leaning closer. Her eyes were two solid spheres of milky quartz. "The more you pull, the more of yourself you leave behind. That's how I lost my fingers." She held up a hand. The pinky and ring finger were gone, snapped off cleanly at the knuckle. The wounds didn't bleed. They were filled with the same clear, hard ice that encased Elia's feet. How long, Elias managed to think. The thought felt like a physical weight pushing against the inside of his skull. The woman laughed, a dry, rattling sound. "I came in for a hike in 1974, or maybe it was 1922. The heat in the valley was so bad that year. I just wanted a moment of shade, just a second to stop sweating." She stroked the frozen tile beside Elias' head. "The mountain is very good at giving you what you want. It just doesn't know when to stop." She looked back toward the entrance. "There's another one coming. Can you feel the pressure change?" Elias felt it, a subtle shift in his sinuses, a dull throb at the base of his neck. The air was being pushed. Something large was moving through the atmospheric vacuum of the tunnel. "This one is fast," she said, her voice tinged with a strange, predatory excitement. "Maybe this one will break the seal. Maybe this one will carry us out on the grill." She stepped back into the shadows of a maintenance alcove, disappearing with a final, brittle snap of her knees. Elias waited. The sound of the approaching vehicle grew. It wasn't the smooth hum of his sedan. It was the roar of a heavy engine, the scream of a machine pushed to its absolute limit. Light began to flood the tunnel, not the weak, flickering amber of the overheads, but the blinding, dual-sun glare of high-intensity halogen beams. A semi-truck rounded the bend. It was a massive, chrome-plated beast, its grille caked in frozen slush despite the 100-degree weather it must have just come from. The driver was leaning on the horn, a long, mournful blast that echoed like a dying wail. As the truck roared past Elias, the sheer displacement of air pulled at him. For a fraction of a second, the bond between his coat and the wall strained. He felt a moment of agonizing clarity, the sensation of his nerves being flayed as the ice tried to hold on to him. The truck didn't slow down. It hit a patch of black ice and began to jackknife. The trailer, a massive silver cylinder marked with hazardous material placards, swung out in a wide, lethal arc. It slammed into the tunnel wall 50 yards ahead of Elias, the sound of the impact like a localized earthquake. Concrete shattered, tiles exploded into white dust. The truck didn't stop, though. It ground along the wall, sparks flying in a spectacular, short-lived firework display before the cold extinguished them. The friction didn't create heat. The sparks were blue. The truck finally came to a halt, wedged diagonally across both lanes, blocking the tunnel completely. The engine sputtered and died, the hiss of its cooling system turning instantly to a plume of white frost. The silence that followed was heavier than before. Elias watched the cab of the truck. The door creaked open, the metal groaning as the hinges froze in the open position. A man climbed out. He was dressed in a flannel shirt and jeans, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. He stumbled, his boots slipping on the glazed road. "Help!" the trucker screamed. His voice was full and vibrant, a sound from the world of the living. Somebody, my brakes, they just froze, everything froze. He began to run back the way he had come, toward the entrance. He ran past the woman in the marigold dress, who watched him from the shadows with her quartz eyes. He ran toward Elias. "Hey," the trucker yelled, seeing Elias against the wall. "Hey man, help me move this thing. We gotta get out of here." The man reached out and grabbed Elias' shoulder. The contact was like a lightning strike. Elias felt a surge of heat, real, visceral heat, pour from the trucker's hand into his frozen body. It was a violent, agonizing sensation. It felt like his shoulder was being branded with a red-hot iron. The trucker shrieked and pulled his hand away. He looked at his palm. A layer of skin remained stuck to Elias' coat, frozen solid. The man's hand was already turning a ghastly, translucent blue. "What are you?" the trucker whimpered, backing away. "What is this place?" Elias couldn't speak, but he looked at the man with all the pity his frozen mind could muster. He wanted to tell him to keep running, to not look at the walls, to not breathe too deeply. But the trucker wasn't looking at Elias anymore. He was looking at the ground. The ice was moving. It wasn't waiting for the man to stand still. It was racing across the asphalt in jagged, hungry lines, encircling his boots. "No," the man breathed. He tried to lift his foot, but the ice had already fused the rubber of his soles to the road. He yanked with all his might, and the sole of his left boot tore away, leaving him standing in his sock. The cold didn't wait. It climbed his leg like a swarm of invisible insects. He began to beat at his thighs, trying to brush away the frost, but his hands were already losing their grip. His fingers stiffened into claws. "Please," the man sobbed. "I have a daughter. It's her birthday. I'm supposed to be home in 2 hours." The woman in the marigold dress stepped out of the shadows. She walked toward the trucker with her clicking, broken gait. "2 hours is a long time here," she said softly. 2 hours is an era. 2 hours is enough time to forget the color of her hair." She reached out and touched the man's cheek. Where her fingers landed, the skin turned to marble. The man's screams were cut short as the frost invaded his throat, coating his vocal cords in a delicate, lethal lace. He became a statue in the middle of the road, one hand outstretched toward the entrance, his face contorted in a silent plea. The woman turned to Elias. "He was very warm," she remarked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. "But the warmth never lasts, it just makes the freezing hurt more." She looked up at the ceiling. The creature made of clothes was returning, drawn by the new addition to the gallery. It lowered a sleeve, a long, heavy overcoat arm, and wrapped it around the trucker's waist. With a sickening series of cracks, it hoisted the frozen man into the air, pinning him against the ceiling among the other shadows. The tunnel grew darker. One by one, the amber lights began to fail, not flickering this time, but simply extinguishing as the cold reached their filaments. Elias felt a new sensation. It wasn't the cold and it wasn't the heat. It was a pull. The mountain was exhaling again. The air began to move toward the center of the pass, a slow, steady draft that carried the scent of old, dead things. It pulled at Elias' hair, at the fabric of his clothes. It pulled at his very soul. He realized that the tunnel was a throat, and it was finally swallowing. The truck, the woman, the statues on the wall, they were all being drawn deeper into the dark. The concrete walls began to ripple, the perspective warping until the straight road looked like a spiral. Elias felt his hands slide, not away from the wall, but along it. He was being dragged deeper into the Oakhaven Pass. The ice that bound him to the tiles didn't break, it simply slid across the surface like a puck on a rink. He passed the wreck of the semi-truck. He passed the spot where the man in the wool coat had stood. He passed signs that no longer had English letters, but strange, geometric symbols that seemed to vibrate in his vision. The temperature gauge in his mind, the one that had been stuck on low, finally changed. The word vanished. It was replaced by a symbol, a circle with a dot in the center, the symbol for the sun. But it was black. The draft became a gale. The sound of the wind was a scream that never ended, a frequency that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly in the brain. Elias saw the end of the tunnel. It wasn't a white light. It wasn't the desert. It was a vast, open cavern of ice, lit from within by a pale, bioluminescent glow. The ceiling was miles high, draped with stalactites the size of skyscrapers, and in the center of the cavern sat a city. It was a city of glass and frost, a sprawling metropolis of spires and arches that looked like they had been grown rather than built. There were no lights in the windows, no smoke from chimneys. There was only the flicker of the aurora borealis trapped within the walls of the buildings. Elias felt himself being deposited at the edge of the cavern, his feet touching a floor of solid black ice. He was no longer bound to the wall. He could move. He turned around, looking back at the throat of the tunnel. It was a tiny, insignificant hole in the side of the cavern wall, a dark speck in a world of white. The woman in the marigold dress was there, standing beside him. She looked different here. The blue of her skin was more vibrant, her quartz eyes glowing with an inner light. "Welcome home, Elias," she said. He looked down at his hands. They were no longer white. They were clear. He could see the skeletal structure of his fingers, the frozen valves of his veins, all made of the same beautiful, terrifying ice. He looked toward the city. He saw figures moving through the streets, thousands of them, all dressed in the clothes of 100 different eras. They moved with a slow, stately grace, their bodies reflecting the light of the trapped aurora. "What do we do here?" Elias asked. His voice was no longer a vibration in his head. It was a clear, bell-like tone that rang out across the ice. The woman smiled, and for the first time, it didn't look like a grimace. "We wait," she said. "We wait for the sun to go out. We wait for the rest of the world to turn cold. And then we open the doors." Elias looked up. Above the city, suspended from the highest spire, was a giant clock. Its hands were made of human bone, and they were frozen at 12. He felt a strange, hollow peace. The fear was gone. The memory of the heat, the sticky, suffocating heat of the valley, was like a dream from a life he had never lived. He took a step toward the city. His feet made a musical clink on the black ice. Behind him, deep within the throat of the mountain, he heard the faint, distant sound of a car engine. Another traveler, another soul seeking shade. Elias didn't turn back. He didn't need to. He knew exactly what was happening. The car would slow down. The driver would see the frost on the dashboard. They would see the figure in the breakdown lane. And they would wonder why the air had turned so cold. He walked into the city of glass, his translucent coat fluttering in the perpetual, freezing wind. He was no longer Elias, the man who drove a sedan through the Oakhaven Pass. He was a citizen of the stillness. As he crossed the threshold of the first great arch, the black sun in his mind began to pulse. The tunnel had finished turning cold. Now, it was time for the rest of the world to follow. The city did not have a name, or if it did, the syllables were too jagged for a human tongue to carry without shattering. Elias walked through the first great arch, a structure composed of frozen tears and pressurized exhales, and felt the weight of his previous life slew off like dead skin. The marigold woman walked beside him, her clicking gait smoothed out now that she was no longer fighting the friction of the mundane world. Here, in the heart of the absolute zero, the laws of physics had been rewritten by a cold, so profound it functioned as a form of gravity. The streets were paved with crushed diamonds and the compacted memories of the lost. As Elias moved deeper into the metropolis, he realized the buildings weren't just structures, they were archives. Every window was a pane of translucent ice, and behind each one, a silhouette was frozen in a moment of domesticity. A family sitting at a dinner table, their forks poised midair, their expressions fixed in a permanent, crystalline joy. A man reading a newspaper that had been printed in a language of frost. A child chasing a hoop that would never touch the ground. "Are they alive?" Elias asked, his voice echoing like a silver flute against the spires. "Alive is a word for things that rot," the woman replied. She didn't look at him. Her quartz eyes were fixed on the great clock at the city's center. "They are preserved. They are the perfect versions of themselves, stripped of the messy heat of emotion and the slow decay of time. In the valley, you were dying from the moment you were born. Here, you simply are." Elias looked at his own reflection in the side of a towering needle of ice. He was becoming beautiful. The rough edges of his face, the lines of stress around his eyes, the calluses on his palms, all of it was being smoothed over by a layer of diamond-hard frost. He looked like a statue carved by a god who feared the sun. They reached a plaza where the ground sloped downward toward a massive circular pit. From the depths of the pit, a pillar of blue light shot upward, piercing the ceiling of the cavern and disappearing into the rock above. It was the source of the aurora, a churning vortex of frozen energy that hummed with the frequency of 1,000 choir voices. Standing around the perimeter of the pit were the elders of the stillness. They were taller than Elias, their bodies elongated until they looked like frozen wisps of smoke. They wore robes made of woven frost, and their faces were featureless masks of polished obsidian. They did not speak, but as Elias approached, he felt their collective consciousness brush against his mind. It was a cold, indifferent touch, like the surface of a frozen lake. "The vessel has arrived," the thought rippled through him. "I'm not a vessel," Elias said, though his protest felt thin and brittle. "I'm just a man. I was just driving to the coast." The elder closest to him raised a hand. Its fingers were long, tapering needles of ice. It pointed toward the pillar of light. "You carried the heat of the world within you. You brought the friction of the sun into the sanctuary. Now that heat must be harvested. It must be refined." The woman in the marigold dress stepped forward and knelt before the elder. "He is the strongest one this century," she whispered, her voice full of a terrifying reverence. "He resisted the integration for 3 miles. His heart still beats even if the blood is slow." The elder's hand descended, the needle fingers brushing Elias' chest. He expected to feel the bite of the cold, but instead, he felt a vacuum. It was as if the elder was siphoning the last vestiges of his humanity, pulling the remaining warmth out of his marrow and feeding it into the blue light. Elias gasped, his lungs filling with a vapor so cold it felt like swallowing glass. He saw his memories flickering before him, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the taste of a peach, the sound of his mother's laugh. They were being pulled out of him, one by one, and tossed into the vortex. He tried to hold on to them, to grip the image of his daughter's face, but the cold was a solvent, dissolving the glue of his identity. As the last of his warmth left him, the pillar of light changed color. The pale blue deepened into a violent, electric indigo. The cavern groaned, the ice beneath his feet vibrating with a new, dark purpose. The seal is thinning, the elders projected in unison. The world above is heavy with fire. It burns with the fever of 1 billion souls. It screams for the silence we provide. Elias felt a sudden, piercing clarity. He wasn't just a prisoner here, he was a bridge. The Oakhaven Pass was a pressure valve, and he was the key that had just been turned. The cold wasn't just a local phenomenon, it was an infection, and he was patient zero. "What are you going to do?" Elias asked, though he already knew the answer. The woman stood up, her face transformed. The quartz in her eyes was now glowing with the same indigo light as the pillar. "We are going to give the world what it wants," she said. "We are going to stop the sweat. We are going to stop the noise. We are going to bring the great peace." Above them, the bone hands of the clock began to move. They didn't tick, they slid with a sound like a knife being sharpened. 12:01, 12:02. The ceiling of the cavern began to crack, not the random fissures of an earthquake, but deliberate geometric patterns that mirrored the streets of the city. Through the cracks, Elias could see the world above. He saw the shimmering heat haze of the valley, the parched earth, the cars crawling along the highway like ants on a hot plate. He saw the sky, a bruised and angry orange. And then the first flake of snow fell. It didn't fall from the clouds. It rose from the cavern, a tiny, jagged crystal of indigo ice. It drifted through the crack in the ceiling and ascended into the atmosphere of the world above. It was followed by another and another, until a reverse blizzard was pouring out of the mountain and into the sky. Where the indigo snow touched the ground, the heat didn't just dissipate, it vanished. The parched grass didn't wither, it turned to glass. The cars on the highway didn't overheat, their engines seized as the oil turned to solid blocks of ice. Elias watched through the rift as the infection spread. He saw a gas station in the distance. A man was standing by a pump, wiping sweat from his brow. A single indigo flake landed on his shoulder. Within seconds, the man was a statue, his hand still gripping the nozzle, his expression one of mild confusion. The gas in the underground tanks froze, the pressure cracking the concrete of the lot. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" the woman whispered, standing at Elias' side. Elias didn't answer. He couldn't. His vocal cords had finally turned to ice. He was no longer a man. He was a part of the architecture of the stillness. He felt the city around him, felt the lives of the frozen archives, and for the first time he understood their joy. There was no more pain, no more hunger, no more fear of the ticking clock. But as he watched the world above turn white, a small, stubborn part of his mind, a tiny ember that the elders had missed, flickered with a final, desperate thought. He remembered the trucker, the man with the daughter, the man who was supposed to be home in 2 hours. Elias looked up at the ceiling of the cavern, searching for the mass of discarded clothing. He found it. The creature was perched near the rift, its dozens of sleeves reaching out to catch the indigo flakes. Among the coats and scarves, Elias saw a familiar flannel shirt. The trucker was there, his body stitched into the mass, his frozen face looking down at the world he would never return to. The creature's hollow hoods turned toward Elias. A vibration rolled through the stone, a question that had been asked for eons and was finally being answered. "Is it deep enough yet?" Elias looked at the world above, where the indigo snow was now a blinding curtain, erasing the mountains, the valleys, and the sea. The orange sky was fading into a pale, eternal gray. The roar of the world's heat was being replaced by a silence so absolute it was deafening. Yes, Elias thought, the word echoing through the city of glass. It's deep enough. The elders turned away from the pit, their task complete. They began to walk toward the great arch, their translucent robes trailing behind them like frozen mist. The woman in the marigold dress took Elias' hand. Her grip was no longer terrifying. It was the only thing that felt real in a world that was rapidly becoming a dream. Come, she said, there is so much to show you. The oceans are the best part. When the waves freeze mid-crash, they look like the wings of angels. Elias followed her. He walked past the archives, past the clock with the bone hands, and toward the outskirts of the city. As he walked, he felt his vision changing. He no longer saw the world in colors or shapes. He saw it in gradients of temperature. He saw the fading embers of the sun as a distant, dying spark. He saw the warmth of the earth's core as a flickering candle in a vast, dark room. And he saw the other tunnels. Thousands of them, veins and arteries stretching out from the cavern, honeycombing the planet. They weren't just in Oakhaven. They were under the Alps, under the Andes, under the skyscrapers of New York and the sands of the Sahara. They were all opening now, their amber lights flickering to life, their frost-covered tiles beckoning the hot, tired world into the shade. He saw the people entering the tunnels. He saw the relief on their faces as the heat broke. He saw them stop to touch the walls. He saw them become pillars of salt. The stillness was no longer a city. It was the future. Elias stopped at the edge of a frozen cliff that overlooked a vast white plain. In the distance, he could see the ruins of a highway, the cars buried under drifts of indigo snow. The sun was a pale, indistinct disk in the sky, its light unable to penetrate the thick, freezing atmosphere. He reached into his pocket. His fingers, now clear as crystal, brushed against a piece of paper. He pulled it out. It was the photograph of his wife he had kept in his wallet. The paper was brittle, the image faded by the cold. As he held it, the indigo snow began to fall on the photograph. He watched as the smiling face of the woman he had loved was slowly obscured by a layer of frost. The colors bled away. The paper turned to a sheet of ice, and then, with a soft snap, it shattered in his hand. The fragments fell to the ground, indistinguishable from the diamond dust of the path. Elias felt a moment of grief, a sharp, cold spike in his chest, but even that was fleeting. The grief was a form of heat, and the stillness did not allow it to linger. The indigo light pulsed in his mind, and the memory of her name, the very sound of it, drifted away like smoke. Who was she? The woman in the marigold dress asked, watching the fragments of the photo. I don't remember, Elias said, and he was surprised to find that the statement didn't hurt. It was just something I was carrying. You don't need to carry anything anymore, she said. That's the beauty of the ice. It holds everything for you. She pointed toward the horizon. A new structure was rising from the frozen earth, a spire of black ice that reached toward the gray sky. It was a lighthouse, but instead of a beam of fire, it cast a shadow of absolute darkness. That is the first beacon, she explained. It marks the boundary of the new world. Beyond it, there is no time. There is only the white. They began to walk toward the beacon. Elias found that he no longer needed to breathe. The air was a static medium, a solid presence that supported him. He felt light, as if he were made of the same vapor that hung in the air. As they approached the beacon, he saw a figure standing at its base. It was a man dressed in a sharp gray suit, his hair perfectly coiffed, his shoes polished to a mirror shine. He looked like he had stepped out of a boardroom, but his skin was the same translucent blue as Elia's. The man turned as they approached. He held a clipboard made of ice and a pen carved from a tooth. "Name," the man asked, his voice a dry, rhythmic clicking. "Elias," he said. The man made a mark on his clipboard. Elias, former driver, transitioned at mile marker 42. Welcome to the ledger. "The ledger?" Elias asked. "We must keep track of the inventory," the man said, gesturing toward the vast white plain. "Every soul, every object, every memory that enters the stillness must be categorized. It is the only way to ensure the perfection of the archive." Elias looked at the clipboard. It was filled with thousands of names, written in a script that seemed to shift and flow like liquid nitrogen. He saw the name of the trucker. He saw the names of people he had never met, from cities he had never visited. "What happens after we are categorized?" Elias asked. The man in the suit smiled, a gesture that looked like a crack opening in a sheet of glass. "Then you are assigned a station. Some guard the tunnels, some maintain the archives, some, like our friend here," he nodded toward the woman in the marigold dress, "are scouts. They find the warm spots and guide them in." "And me?" Elias asked. The man looked at his clipboard, then up at the darkening sky. "You are a special case, Elias. You have a residue of the sun that is quite rare. You are to be a sentinel." The man pointed toward the rift in the ceiling, the one Elias had come through. "You will return to the Oakhaven Pass," the man said, "but not as a traveler. You will be the one who stands at the bend. You will be the one who tells them it's okay to stop. You will be the voice they hear when the radio goes silent." Elias felt a strange sense of destiny. The fear he had felt in the tunnel, the terror of being stuck to the wall, it all made sense now. He wasn't being trapped, he was being promoted. "Go now," the man in the suit said. "The traffic is increasing. The world is getting hotter, and they are all looking for a way out." Elias turned back toward the throat of the mountain. He felt the pull of the tunnel, the familiar antiseptic scent of the tiles. He began to walk, his steps faster now, his body humming with the indigo energy of the cavern. The woman in the marigold dress watched him go. "I'll see you at the next shift, Elias," she called out. "Don't let them pull too hard. It ruins the integration." Elias entered the tunnel. The transition was seamless. One moment he was in the vast, open cavern of the stillness, and the next he was standing in the shadows of the breakdown lane, just past the bend where the amber lights flickered. He looked at his hands. They were invisible in the dim light, two clear shapes that shimmered when the overheads caught them. He leaned against the wall. He didn't feel the tiles. He was the tiles. He waited. The sound of an engine began to grow in the distance. It was a small car, the engine laboring in the heat. Elias could feel the warmth of it approaching, a disgusting, oily heat that made his new skin crawl. The car rounded the bend. The headlights cut through the gloom, the beams shaking as the driver hit the first patch of ice. The car skidded, the tires screaming against the concrete, before coming to a halt just a few feet from where Elias stood. The door opened. A young woman stepped out. She was wearing a tank top and shorts, her skin slick with sweat. She looked around, her eyes wide with a mixture of relief and confusion. "Oh, thank God," she whispered, her breath turning to a plume of white vapor. "It's so cool in here." She looked toward the shadows where Elias stood. She couldn't see him, not yet, but she could feel the cold radiating from him. "Hello," she called out. Is anyone there? My car. It just died. Everything just stopped. Elias stepped forward, just enough for the amber light to catch the glint of his frozen eyes. He didn't speak with his mouth. He spoke with the vibration of the stone. Don't worry, he said, his voice a melodic, bell-like tone that filled the tunnel. The heat is over. You can rest now. The woman blinked, her eyelashes already frosting over. She took a step toward him, her hand reaching out to touch the wall for support. It's so quiet, she said, her voice growing soft and distant. Yes, Elias agreed, his translucent hand reaching out to meet hers. It's the quiet you've been looking for. As her skin touched the frozen tile, Elias felt the familiar surge of heat. But this time it didn't hurt. He welcomed it. He drew it out of her, feeding it into the mountain, watching as the blue indigo light began to glow beneath her skin. He was the sentinel of Oakhaven, and the world was finally, beautifully, turning cold. The young woman's name was Clara, though that detail was a fading wisp of steam in the back of Elias' mind. He watched the transition with a clinical, detached fascination. The indigo frost climbed her shins like a rising tide, turning her tanned skin into the color of a bruised plum before settling into the permanent, translucent diamond sheen of the stillness. Her gasps slowed, the intervals between breaths stretching until the very concept of a lungful of air became an absurdity. I was going to a wedding, she murmured, her eyes fixed on a point 3 inches in front of her face. I was late. The asphalt was melting. I thought I'd never get out of the sun. The sun is a fever, Elias whispered, the vibration of his thoughts rattling the overhead amber lamps. You're cured now. As the last of her warmth spiraled into the floor, a section of the tunnel wall groaned and slid open. It wasn't a door of wood or steel, but a reconfiguration of the frost-coated tiles, a geometric unfolding that revealed a narrow, vertical niche. Clara didn't resist as the unseen currents of the tunnel's draft nudged her into the space. She stepped back into the stone, her form aligning perfectly with the contours of the mountain. The tiles slid back into place, sealing her in. To any passerby, if there were to be any more, she was merely a subtle ripple in the architecture, a decorative flourish in a tomb of ice. Elias felt a surge of professional pride. The man in the gray suit had been right. There was a profound satisfaction in the ledger. Each soul added to the walls increased the structural integrity of the silence. He turned his attention back to the mouth of the tunnel. The world outside Oakhaven Pass was no longer recognizable. The reverse blizzard he had witnessed from the cavern was now a full-scale atmospheric inversion. The sky above the valley had turned a deep, bruised violet, and the indigo snow was falling in heavy, silent sheets that didn't melt upon contact with the earth. Instead, they consumed. He saw a highway patrol vehicle coast into the tunnel, its sirens still spinning but emitting no sound. The light from the red and blue bars was dull, stripped of its urgency by the thickening air. The officer inside didn't even try to get out. He sat behind the wheel, his hands gloved in frost, staring at the dashboard as the heater vents began to blow crystalline dust instead of air. Elias didn't need to approach him. The tunnel was hungry now. It had tasted the harvest and wanted more. The floor beneath the patrol car liquefied into a slush of crushed diamonds, swallowing the tires, then the wheel wells, then the chassis. The officer didn't scream. He simply leaned his head back against the headrest, a look of profound, blissful exhaustion washing over his features as the cold claimed his marrow. Efficiency, a voice rippled through Elias' consciousness. It was the elder with the needle fingers, its presence felt from miles below. The The friction of life is a wasteful thing, Elias. See how they settle. See how the chaos of their molecules finds the perfect static rhythm. I see, Elias thought back, but the world is vast. There is so much fire left. The fire is a localized event. The universe is naturally cold, Elias. We are merely returning the Earth to its baseline. We are the correction. Elias felt a phantom itch in his chest, the place where his heart used to beat. He looked down at the patrol car, now almost entirely submerged in the floor. The metal was groaning, transitioning from steel to something more brittle and beautiful. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. It wasn't the hum of the choir or the clicking of the ledgerman's pen. It was a jagged, rhythmic thumping. A heavy-duty truck, an old model with a mechanical diesel engine that resisted the initial electronic seizure of the cold, came roaring around the bend. It was draped in chains, its plow blades sparking against the frozen concrete. The driver was hammering on the horn, a desperate, discordant blare that felt like a physical assault on the sanctity of the tunnel. Elias felt a spike of irritation. The noise was heat. The noise was friction. It was an insult to the great peace. The truck didn't slow down. The driver, a man with a beard matted with frozen sweat and eyes bloodshot from terror, saw Elias standing in the shadows. He didn't see a savior. He saw a ghost. He swerved, the heavy plow blade catching the side of the submerged patrol car with a scream of rending metal. The sparks produced by the impact were a violent, angry orange. They showered the tunnel, and for a fleeting second the indigo frost retreated. The tiles hissed. The silence was bruised. Elias stepped out from the breakdown lane, his form shimmering. He raised a hand, and the air in front of the truck didn't just get cold, it became solid. The nitrogen in the atmosphere crystallized into a wall of invisible glass. The truck hit the barrier with the force of a falling moon. The front end crumpled, the engine block shattering like a porcelain vase. The driver was thrown forward, but before he could hit the windshield, the cold reached him. It froze the air in his lungs, turning his scream into a jagged shard of ice that tore through his throat. The truck came to a dead stop, its kinetic energy absorbed and neutralized by the stillness. Elias walked toward the wreckage. He felt the heat of the dying engine, a repulsive, oily radiation. He placed his hands on the hood, and the indigo light flowed from his palms. The metal turned white, the heat dissipating into the stone walls, until the truck was nothing more than a giant, metallic sculpture of a disaster. He reached into the cab and pulled the driver out. The man was heavy, his body already stiffening. Elias carried him to the wall, searching for an empty niche. As he moved, he noticed something in the man's pocket, a radio. It was crackling with static, a thin, desperate thread of communication from the world outside. Anyone, Oak Haven, report, the frost is moving at 40 miles an hour. The coast is gone. Elias stared at the device. It represented the last gasps of a frantic, burning civilization. He squeezed the radio in his hand. The plastic shattered, the internal circuit snapping, and the voice was cut off mid-sentence. He placed the driver into the wall, watching as the tiles knit together over the man's chest. "You're safe now," Elias whispered. "The noise can't find you here." He looked back toward the entrance of the tunnel. The outside was becoming a myth. The valley was a white bowl, the sky a dark lid. The sun was no longer a disk. It was a memory of a memory. He felt a pull from below, a summons from the great arch. His shift was not over, but his nature was evolving. He was no longer just a sentinel. He was becoming an architect. He could feel the entire mountain range now, the way the cold was tunneling through the tectonic plates, turning the molten core of the earth into a solid, silent heart. He began to walk deeper into the mountain, leaving the mouth of the tunnel behind. He passed the patrol car, now completely absorbed into the floor, a faint outline of a roof, light the only indication it had ever existed. He passed Clara, whose face was now a perfect, unmoving mask of obsidian. As he reached the great arch, the woman in the marigold dress was waiting for him. Her dress was no longer fabric. It was a weave of frozen light that shifted through the spectrum of indigo and violet. "The ledger is growing," she said, her voice a shimmering chord. "The cities are falling silent. London has reached the stillness. Tokyo is beginning to settle." "And the oceans?" Elias asked, remembering her promise. "The Atlantic is a sheet of glass," she said, smiling. "The whales are frozen mid-leap. They look like gods carved from sapphire." She took his hand, and together they stepped onto a platform of drifting frost that descended into the deepest reaches of the planet. Below them, the city of the stillness had expanded. The spires of black ice were taller now, piercing the ceiling of the cavern and into the crust above. The indigo light was so intense it was almost black, a color of such profound density that it felt like a weight against the soul. They passed a section of the city that Elias hadn't seen before. It was a vast, open gallery filled with statues of animals. Lions, elephants, birds caught in flight, all turned to glass. It was a library of biology, a museum of things that used to breathe. "Why keep them?" Elias asked. "If the world is to be silent, why keep the shapes of the noise?" "Because the stillness is not an ending," the woman explained. "It is a perfection. We are preserving the forms without the flaws. We are keeping the beauty without the rot." They reached the center of the city, where the elders stood around a new pit. This one didn't contain a pillar of light. It contained a sphere of absolute darkness. It was a vacuum, a point of 0-point energy that was drinking the remaining heat of the universe. The elder with the needle fingers turned to Elias. "The sentinel has returned. You have done well. The Oakhaven Pass is closed. The world above is now a tomb of white." "What happens next?" Elias asked. "Now," the elder projected, "we begin the great work. We extend the stillness to the stars. The sun is a stubborn fire, but it is finite. We will weave the frost across the vacuum. We will bring the peace to the heavens." Elias looked up, and for a moment, his vision pierced through the miles of rock and the thick, frozen atmosphere. He saw the stars. They were bright, angry sparks of friction in the dark. He felt a sudden, overwhelming desire to extinguish them, to reach out and pinch those tiny, burning candles between his frozen fingers until the entire universe was as quiet and beautiful as the tunnel. He felt the last of his human identity dissolve. The image of his daughter's face, which had been a flickering ember in the back of his mind, finally went out. It didn't leave a hole. It left a perfect, smooth surface. He didn't miss her. He didn't miss the smell of rain or the taste of a peach. Those were things of the heat. Those were things of the struggle. He was Elias, the sentinel, the architect, the breath of the void. He turned to the woman in the marigold dress. "Show me the oceans," he said. "I want to see the waves that don't move." They stepped off the platform and onto a bridge of solid air that stretched toward the horizon of the inner world. As they walked, the sound of the 1,000 choir voices grew louder, a harmonic frequency that vibrated through every molecule of his being. It was the sound of a world that had finally stopped screaming. It was the sound of the ice. Behind them, the clock with the bone hands reached its final position. The hands didn't point to 12. They merged into a single vertical line, a needle pointing toward the absolute. The ticking didn't stop. It evolved. It became a single, eternal note that filled the emptiness. The tunnel was gone. The road was gone. The coast was gone. There was only the stillness, and it was deep enough. Elias walked into the violet dark, his footsteps leaving no tracks, his heart holding no rhythm, his mind a mirror reflecting the glorious, frozen end of all things. The transition was complete. The world had turned cold, and in the heart of the ice, Elias finally found the coast he had been looking for. It wasn't at the edge of the sea. It was at the edge of existence, where the waves were made of sapphire and the wind was a silent prayer. He reached out and touched the air, and the air turned to crystal. He breathed, and the world grew a little more silent. He was the frost. He was the dark. He was the peace that passes all understanding. The ledger was closed. The inventory was full. The great peace had begun. The bridge of solid air vibrated beneath Elias' feet, though the vibration was not one of movement, but of resonance. It felt as though he were walking across a tightened harp string that spanned the diameter of the world. Beside him, the woman in the marigold dress, whose name he now understood was not a name at all, but a frequency, moved with a fluid, terrifying grace. Her feet did not touch the bridge. She hovered a fraction of a millimeter above it, a testament to her mastery over the molecular repulsion that dictated the new laws of Oakhaven. The oceans are the hardest to calibrate, she said, her voice echoing the bell-like tones Elias had adopted. The salt resists the stillness. It clings to the old kinetic memory of the tides, but the deeps were always ours. They were cold before we arrived. We simply had to bring the cold to the surface. They moved through a forest of jagged obsidian pillars that rose from the cavern floor like frozen lightning. Within each pillar, Elias could see the silhouettes of things that had once been liquid, not just people, but the very essence of the valley's water cycle. Great, swirling vortices of rain were caught in mid-fall, looking like intricate glass sculptures of hurricanes. Schools of trout that had been navigating the mountain streams were suspended in blocks of indigo, ice so clear they seemed to be swimming through the air. As they reached the far edge of the central city, the cavern walls opened into a gargantuan aperture. The scale of it was impossible. Elias realized they were no longer beneath Oakhaven Pass in any geographical sense. They were in the fold, the space between the skin of the world and its soul. Beyond the aperture lay the Atlantic. It did not look like water. From their vantage point on the high, crystalline cliffs of the inner world, the ocean appeared as a vast, undulating sheet of hammered silver. The waves had been caught in the act of breaking, their whitecaps turned into jagged, immovable ridges of frost. The horizon was a sharp, violet line where the frozen sea met the bruised sky. There was no sound of surf, no cry of gulls, no smell of brine. The salt had been neutralized, its chemical heat extracted and fed back into the mountain's core. "Look there," the woman said, pointing toward a massive, dark shape protruding from the silver expanse several miles out. Elias focused his vision. His eyes, now faceted like gemstones, could zoom and adjust to the dim, indigo light. The shape was a container ship, a leviathan of steel that had been steaming toward New York when the Great Peace arrived. It was tilted at a precarious angle, caught in the trough of a wave that would never collapse. The hull was coated in a layer of rime so thick it looked like the skin of an ancient white whale. He could see the figures on the deck. They were not running. They were standing at the railings, their postures relaxed, their heads tilted back as if they were basking in a sun that had long since gone dark. They were statues of peace, their last moments of terror having been scrubbed away by the sheer efficiency of the transition. "It's beautiful," Elias whispered. The word felt small, a relic of his former life, but it was the only one that fit the geometric perfection of the scene. "It is the only truth," she replied. The heat was a lie told by a young universe. Life was a friction, a temporary agitation of matter. We are the stillness that follows the storm. Elias felt a pull from the ocean. It wasn't the pull of the water, but the pull of the ledger. He could feel the millions of names being inscribed into the frost of the seabed. He could feel the whales, as she had promised, suspended in the lightless depths like gargantuan sapphires, their songs frozen into crystalline structures that would vibrate for eternity. He turned away from the ocean, his gaze drawn back to the great arch. Something was changing. The indigo light was beginning to pulse with a rhythmic, golden undertone. It was a foreign color, a discordant note in the symphony of the cold. "What is that?" Elias asked, a flicker of his old curiosity returning. The woman's expression didn't change, but her glow dimmed slightly. "The resistance. There are pockets of the old world that are deeper than we anticipated, places where the heat is not just physical, but systemic." "Where?" "The cities of the core, the places where they burn the earth to stay warm. They have retreated into the bunkers, into the geothermal vents. They think they can wait us out. They think the sun will return." "The sentinel must go." The voice of the elder with the needle fingers vibrated through the air. The Oakhaven Pass was but the gateway. The stillness must be delivered to the hearths. If they will not come to the cold must be carried to them. Elias felt a new weight in his limbs. It wasn't the heaviness of exhaustion, but the density of purpose. He was no longer just a watcher of the tunnel, he was an envoy. "How do I reach them?" Elias asked. The woman reached into the air and tore a hole in the violet light. The tear revealed a glimpse of a different world, a world of gray concrete, orange fire, and the choking smell of sulfur. It was a city buried deep beneath the surface of what used to be Chicago. He could see people huddled around glowing pipes, their faces smudged with soot, their eyes wide with a desperate animal hope. "You are the bridge, Elias," she said. "Your skin is the frost. Your breath is the void. You will go to them, and you will show them that the fire is a burden they no longer need to carry." Elias stepped toward the tear in the world. He looked back one last time at the city of the stillness, at the frozen ocean, and at the woman in the marigold dress. He felt a sense of profound belonging. He was the correction. He was the end of the fever. As he stepped through the portal, the indigo light of the cavern was replaced by the harsh, flickering orange of a dying civilization. He was standing in a maintenance tunnel, the walls dripping with oily condensation. The heat was physical, a disgusting, heavy blanket that tried to settle on his skin, but the frost within him pushed back. Where his feet touched the concrete, the oil froze into white stars. Where his breath met the air, the steam turned to snow. He heard voices. They were jagged, loud, and full of the friction of fear. "The pressure is dropping in Sector 4, someone yelled. "If we lose the steam, we lose the lights." "Keep the fires burning," another voice screamed. "Don't let the cold in." Elias began to walk toward the sound. He didn't hide in the shadows this time. He moved with the confidence of a winter storm. He passed a group of workers struggling with a massive, rusting valve. They didn't see him at first, their eyes focused on the hissing steam. But then the steam stopped hissing. It turned into a cloud of fine white powder. The valve, which had been glowing with heat, suddenly turned white with frost. The metal groaned, the molecular structure becoming brittle, until the handle snapped off in the worker's hand like a piece of dry candy. The men froze, not yet from the cold, but from the sight of him. Elias stood in the center of the corridor, his translucent skin shimmering in the orange light. His eyes were two pools of indigo depth, reflecting a peace they couldn't possibly understand. "The fire is over," Elias said, his voice a melodic chime that cut through the roar of the machinery. "You don't have to fight anymore." A man in a heavy, grease-stained coat stepped forward, a wrench clutched in his trembling hand. "What are you? What did you do to the steam?" "I brought you the quiet," Elias replied. He reached out and touched the wall. The indigo light flowed from his fingers, racing along the pipes, chasing the heat back toward the boilers. The orange glow of the lights began to shift, turning a pale, sickly violet before flickering out entirely. "Get him!" the man yelled, lunging forward with the wrench. Elias didn't move. He didn't need to. As the man entered the radius of Elias' presence, the heat of his anger was simply absorbed. The wrench fell from his nerveless fingers, shattering on the frozen floor. The man stumbled, his breath coming in short, white gasps. He looked down at his hands, watching as the blue indigo light began to glow beneath his fingernails. It's so," the man started, his voice losing its edge. "Quiet," Elias finished for him. The man sank to his knees, not in pain, but in a sudden, overwhelming release. The weight of his life, the years of struggling against the dark, the constant, grinding need to survive, it all evaporated. He leaned his head against the frozen pipe, a look of profound relief spreading across his face as the stillness claimed him. Elias moved through the bunker like a ghost through a fever dream. Every room he entered became a sanctuary of ice. He found the kitchens, where the stoves were turned to monuments of frost. He found the barracks, where the sleeping survivors transitioned from troubled dreams to eternal peace without ever waking up. He reached the central command hub, a room filled with screens and monitors showing the dying world above. He saw the maps of the continents, once vibrant with the heat signatures of billions, now dark and silent. Only a few flickering orange dots remained, the last holdouts of the fire. In the center of the room stood a woman. She was older, her face etched with the lines of a lifetime of command. She was holding a flare gun, the orange light of the phosphorus casting long, dancing shadows against the frosted walls. "I know what you are," she said, her voice raspy from the smoke. "We saw you coming on the sensors, a drop in entropy, a walking vacuum." "I am the Sentinel," Elias said. "I am here to help you put down the burden." "Help us," she laughed, a bitter, dry sound. "You're killing everything. You're turning the world into a graveyard." "A graveyard is a place of decay," Elias corrected gently. "This is a gallery, a preservation. Nothing will ever rot again. Nothing will ever be forgotten. Every soul is recorded in the ledger. Every life is a tile in the wall." "We're not tiles," she screamed, firing the flare gun. The ball of orange fire roared toward Elias' chest. He didn't flinch. He reached out and caught the flare in his hand. The phosphorus hissed, trying to burn through his palm, but the indigo energy was absolute. He squeezed his fingers, and the fire didn't just go out. It turned into a cold, hard lump of black glass. He let it fall to the floor, where it shattered into 1,000 harmless pieces. The woman stared at him, the flare gun slipping from her hand. The orange light in the room was fading, replaced by the steady, pulsing indigo of the mountain. It's so cold, she whispered, her shoulders slumping. The cold is just the absence of noise, Elias said, stepping closer. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Her coat was thick, but the cold passed through it as if it were made of smoke. You've been shouting for so long. Don't you want to stop? She looked into his eyes, and for a moment she saw what he saw. She saw the silver ocean. She saw the sapphire whales. She saw the city of black ice where the choir sang the song of the stars. She saw the beauty of a universe that had finally found its rhythm. Yes, she breathed, I want to stop. Yelias watched as the frost climbed her neck, turning her skin to diamond. He felt the surge of her life force entering the mountain, a final, bright spark of heat that he channeled into the deeps. She didn't fall. She simply became part of the room, her form merging with the command chair, a permanent fixture in the Museum of the End. He turned to the screens. One by one, he touched them, turning the glass to frost, silencing the data, erasing the last maps of a world that no longer existed. The bunker was quiet. The city of Chicago, buried beneath the ice, was now a suburb of the stillness. Elias felt a ripple of approval from the elders below. The great work was accelerating. The pockets of resistance were being snuffed out, not with violence, but with the irresistible logic of the vacuum. He walked back toward the portal, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridors. He felt a sense of completion, but also a new, vast hunger. The earth was nearly settled, but the earth was a small thing. The sun was still there, a vulgar, burning eye in the dark. The planets were still spinning, their orbits a form of friction that needed to be corrected. He stepped back through the tier and found himself standing on the cliffs overlooking the Atlantic. The woman in the marigold dress was waiting for him. The bunkers are silent, Elias said. Then we are ready, she replied. She pointed toward the sky. The violet clouds were parting, revealing the moon. It was no longer a pale, dusty rock. It was glowing with an intense indigo light. The frost had reached it, creeping across the vacuum on the threads of the choir's song. The moon is the first stitch, she said. Next, the sun. We will weave a shroud of indigo around it, cooling its core until it becomes a black diamond. And then the stars. Elias looked at his hands. They were no longer just translucent. They were beginning to fade into the background of the universe itself. He was becoming the medium through which the cold traveled. He felt a sudden, sharp memory of the tunnel, the smell of the tiles, the flicker of the amber lights, the sound of the small car with the laboring engine. He remembered Clara, the girl who was going to a wedding. He realized now that the tunnel hadn't been a trap, and it hadn't just been a promotion. It had been an apprenticeship. He had learned how to handle the small souls so that he could eventually handle the large ones. He looked at the sun, which was beginning to rise over the frozen horizon of the Atlantic. It looked weak, its light filtered through the thick indigo atmosphere. It wasn't a king anymore. It was a guest that had overstayed its welcome. Elias raised his arms. He didn't need the mountain anymore. He didn't need the great arch. He was the sentinel of the all. He began to sing. It wasn't a song of words, but a harmonic frequency that matched the vibration of the absolute zero. The sound rippled out from his chest, crossing the silver ocean, rising through the violet clouds, and reaching out into the cold, dark vacuum of space. In the distance, the sun flickered. A dark spot appeared on its surface, a blemish of indigo that began to spread like an ink stain in water. The woman in the marigold dress stood beside him, her own voice joining his. The choir below in the city of black ice rose in a crescendo that shook the foundations of the tectonic plates. The Great Peace was no longer a local event. It was a cosmic correction. Elias closed his eyes, his form finally dissolving into the indigo light. He was everywhere now. He was in the frost on the moon. He was in the heart of the dying sun, and he was in the silent, sapphire depths of the ocean. The world was cold, the universe was turning, and in the heart of the stillness, Elias finally found the absolute, beautiful, eternal quiet he had been looking for since the very first day he stepped into the tunnel. The sun did not die with a bang, but with a structural sigh. As Elia's song reached the solar crown, the violent, chaotic roars of nuclear fusion began to harmonize. The solar flares, once jagged lashes of plasma that whipped out into the void, slowed their frantic dancing. They became elegant, arcing ribbons of frozen light crystalline structures that bridged the distance between the sun and its satellites. The blinding yellow-white glare shifted, deepening through the spectrum of gold and orange until it hit a resonant velvet violet. Elias, now a consciousness woven into the very fabric of the indigo expansion, felt the sun's transition as a cooling of a fever. The solar system was a giant clockwork mechanism that had been running too hot for billions of years, its gears grinding and sparking. He was the oil. He was the silence between the ticks. Back on the crystalline cliffs of the inner world, the woman in the marigold dress watched the sky. She was no longer a solid entity. She was a shimmering refraction of the ledger, a focal point for the memories of a billion terrestrial lives. Beside her, the physical body of Elias, the shell he had occupied, remained as a statue of perfect, translucent indigo. It was a monument to the first human who had truly understood the necessity of the end. "The first light is tempered," she whispered, and her voice was carried on the solar wind, which was no longer a stream of charged particles, but a gentle, cooling breath that smelled of ozone and ancient snow. Elias felt his awareness ripple outward. He was moving through the vacuum now, finding the friction wherever it hid. He reached Mars, the red planet, and found the thin, dusty atmosphere agitated by the last remnants of its planetary heat. He touched the surface, and the red dust turned to a deep, royal purple. The Olympus Mons, the greatest volcano in the system, was not just dormant. It became a cathedral of obsidian ice, its crater a perfect mirror reflecting the indigo sun. He felt the resistance again, that same systemic heat he had encountered in the Chicago bunkers, but on a grander, more abstract scale. It was the heat of gravity itself, the tension of bodies pulling at one another, the frantic energy of orbits. The universe was a web of stress. "The tension must be released," the elder's voice echoed through Elias' expanded mind. "The Great Peace is not merely the absence of heat, but the absence of struggle. If the planets pull, they suffer. If they fall, they find rest." Elias understood. To truly bring the stillness, the geometry of the heavens had to be rewritten. The orbits were a form of kinetic anxiety. He began to reach out with the threads of the ledger, weaving them around the planets like the softest of silken shrouds. He wasn't pulling them into the sun. He was easing them into a state of quantum lock. Jupiter, the gas giant, was the most difficult. Its great red spot was a hurricane of heat and friction that had raged for centuries. Elias dived into the layers of metallic hydrogen, feeling the immense pressure that tried to crush his indigo essence. Here, the heat was a roar, a primal scream of matter being squeezed. He didn't fight the pressure, he infused it. He brought the memory of Oakhaven Pass, the cool, damp quiet of the tiles, the steady, rhythmic hum of the machinery. He showed the storm the beauty of the Atlantic frost. Slowly, the great red spot began to lose its color. The violent reds and oranges faded into a calm, translucent teal. The winds, which had screamed at hundreds of miles per hour, slowed to a rhythmic pulse. The entire planet began to crystallize, its gas layers turning into concentric shells of solid, glowing ice. Jupiter became a giant, faceted jewel, a lantern of stillness that illuminated the outer reaches of the system. As he worked, Elias felt the ledger growing heavier. It was no longer just a list of names from a mountain valley. It was a record of the very atoms of the solar system. Every hydrogen molecule in Jupiter's core, every grain of sand on the rings of Saturn, every frozen tear of a survivor in a bunker. They were all being catalogued, assigned a coordinate in the grand, static masterpiece. He returned his focus to Earth, or what remained of it. The planet was now a marble of violet and silver, a silent gallery of everything that had once been. He could see the great arch of Oakhaven from space, a needle of indigo light that anchored the world to the fold. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of something he hadn't felt since he was human, a sense of loneliness. But it was not the loneliness of a man. It was the loneliness of an artist who has finished his work and has no one left to show it to. "You are not alone," the woman's voice drifted up to him. "You are the all. To be alone is to be separate. You have erased the borders. You are the ocean and the ship and the frost that binds them." Elias looked back at the earth and saw the silhouettes of the millions he had saved. They were not just frozen bodies, they were nodes of light. He could see the worker from the Chicago bunker, the woman with the flare gun, the people on the container ship. They were all part of a single, vast nervous system of indigo. They were dreaming the same dream, a dream of a world where nothing ever broke, nothing ever aged, and nothing ever needed to change. But there was one node that was dark. Elias narrowed his focus, his indigo vision piercing through the crust of the earth, back into the folds of the Oakhaven Pass. Deep within the secondary tunnels, in a maintenance crawlspace that had been overlooked by the initial transition, something was still burning. It was a small, battery-operated heater, and beside it, huddled in a circle of moth-eaten blankets, was a child. She was perhaps 7 years old. She was holding a small, plastic music box, the kind that played a tinny, mechanical version of a lullaby. The music box was a source of friction, the tiny metal teeth plucking at the comb, creating sound, creating heat, creating a tiny, defiant pocket of entropy in the heart of the stillness. Elias felt a ripple of discord. The child's presence was a smudge on the glass, a crack in the perfection of the ledger. "The last spark," the elders hissed. "The sentinel must extinguish it. The silence cannot be complete while the music plays." Elias descended. He didn't use the portals this time. He simply folded the space between the sun and the tunnel. He materialized in the crawl space, his indigo glow filling the cramped, dusty room. The child didn't look up at first. She was staring at the music box, her fingers trembling as she turned the small crank. The heater was failing, its orange coils fading to a dull, sickly gray, but the music box kept going. Plinka, plinka, plink, plinka. The sound was agonizingly loud to Elias. It was a jagged saw blade cutting through the velvet curtain of the stillness. "It's time to stop," Elias said. His voice, which had moved planets, was now a soft whisper, but it still carried the weight of the void. The child looked up. Her eyes were not the faceted gemstones of the new world. They were wet, salt-filled, and red with the heat of exhaustion. She looked at Elias, and for the first time in his existence as the sentinel, Elias felt a flicker of the old world's heat fear. "Is it morning?" she asked, her voice a fragile, breaking thing. "It is better than morning," Elias replied. "It is the end of the night. It is the end of all nights." He reached out his hand, his fingers shimmering with the indigo light of the sun. He intended to touch the music box, to turn its gears to ice and its melody to silence, but the child pulled it closer to her chest. "My mom gave me this," she said. "She said if I kept it playing, the cold wouldn't find me. She said the music is a map for the sun to find its way back." Elias paused. He looked at the music box, a cheap, mass-produced toy. In the ledger, it was an anomaly, a piece of junk that had no place in the geometric perfection of the stillness. But in the child's hands, it was an anchor. He felt the elders' impatience. The entire solar system was waiting for this final stitch. The sun was hovering at the edge of total solidification. The planets were locked in their violet shrouds. The universe was holding its breath. "The sun has found a new way to shine," Elias said, trying to mimic the gentle tones of the woman in the marigold dress. "It doesn't need to burn anymore. It's found peace. Don't you want to be at peace?" "I want my mom," the child said. A single tear escaped her eye and ran down her cheek. Elias watched the tear. It was a liquid. It was a warm, salt-filled kinetic memory. As it fell, it didn't freeze. It stayed liquid, defying the laws of the new Oak Haven. He realized then that the child wasn't just a survivor. She was a reservoir. She was carrying the entire history of human suffering and hope in that one drop of salt water. As long as she felt that grief, the stillness would never be absolute. There would always be a hole in the fabric, a place where the heat could leak back in. He stepped closer, his presence drawing the last of the warmth from the failing heater. The child began to shiver, her breath coming in those short, white gasps that Elias remembered from the Chicago bunker. "I can show you where she is," Elias said, and it wasn't a lie. He could see her mother in the ledger. She was a statue of frost in a subway station 300 miles away, her arms frozen in the act of reaching for a door that would never open again. "She's in the quiet. She's waiting for you in the silver ocean." The child looked at him, her shivering becoming more violent. The music box began to slow as her fingers lost their strength. "Plinka, plinka. Will it be warm there?" she asked. Elias hesitated. He looked at the indigo light dancing on the walls, the beautiful, cold perfection he had helped create. He looked at the frozen sun and the jeweled planets. "No," he said, his voice cracking with a ghost of human emotion. "It won't be warm, but you won't feel the cold anymore. You won't feel anything at all. No more shivering. No more waiting." The child looked at the music box one last time. She gave the crank a final, weak turn. The lullaby played its last 3 notes, and then the spring ran dry. Silence flooded the crawl space. Elias reached out and touched her forehead. He felt the heat of her life, the frantic, desperate pulse of a heart that didn't want to stop. He felt the fire of her memories, the smell of burnt toast, the sound of rain on a tin roof, the feel of a hand holding hers. He didn't just absorb the heat, he cradled it. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel it, the terrible, beautiful friction of being alive. It was a searing pain, a white-hot needle in the center of his indigo soul. He understood why the elders wanted it gone. It was too much. It was a storm that no one could survive. Then he channeled it. He sent the child's heat, her grief, and her lullaby into the great arch. He didn't turn her into a tile. He turned her into a song. The child's body didn't turn to stone. It dissolved into a cloud of glowing indigo butterflies that spiraled upward, passing through the rock and the ice, rising into the violet sky. They flew toward the frozen sun, and as they touched its surface, the dark spots of the black diamond began to pulse with a faint, rhythmic gold. The stillness was complete. Elias stood in the empty crawlspace, the music box lying at his feet. He picked it up. It was cold now, its plastic shell brittle and white with rime. He didn't shatter it. He tucked it into the fold of his essence, a single piece of junk in a universe of jewels. He returned to the cliffs. The woman in the marigold dress was gone. In her place stood the elder with the needle fingers, his translucent form towering over the silver sea. "It is finished," the elder vibrated. "The last friction has been smoothed. The ledger is closed." Elias looked out at the Atlantic. The container ship was still there, a white ghost on a silver sheet. The horizon was a perfect, unmoving line. The moon was a steady, indigo eye. He felt the weight of the music box in his soul. He felt the golden pulse in the heart of the frozen sun. "What happens now?" Elias asked. "Now," the elder said, "we wait for the rest of the stars to hear the song. The galaxy is a large room, Elias. It will take time to turn out all the lights." Elias looked up. The stars were still there, tiny, distant sparks of friction in the deep dark. They were billions of years away, billions of fires that still needed to be extinguished. He felt a new sense of purpose. He was no longer just the sentinel of Earth. He was the shepherd of the void. He would walk between the stars, carrying the music box and the indigo light, until every corner of the universe was as quiet and as cold as the Oakhaven Pass. He stepped off the cliff, but he didn't fall. He drifted out over the silver ocean, his body dissolving into a beam of violet light that shot toward the nearest star. As he traveled through the vacuum, he felt the music box begin to vibrate. It wasn't playing the lullaby, but it was humming, a low, resonant tone that matched the frequency of the indigo sun. He realized then that the stillness wasn't the end of the story. It was just a different kind of music, a music that didn't need to be heard to exist. The tunnel had turned cold, but the cold was not a grave. It was a cocoon, and as Elias streaked toward the distant fires of the galaxy, he wondered, for the briefest of moments, what would hatch when the last star finally went out. But then he pushed the thought away. Curiosity was a form of friction, and Elias was the sentinel of the quiet. He closed his indigo eyes and flew into the dark, a silver needle sewing a shroud of peace across the velvet sky. The universe was finally, beautifully, perfectly still. The transition from the solar system to the interstellar void felt less like travel and more like the stretching of a single, infinite thought. Elias was no longer bound by the sluggishness of light. He was a ripple in a pond that had finally stopped splashing. Behind him, the solar system sat like a collection of museum pieces behind violet glass. Earth was a silent, silver marble, Jupiter a faceted teal gem, the sun a dark, pulsing heart of indigo. As he moved toward Proxima Centauri, the nearest spark of friction, Elias felt the ledger expanding within him. It was no longer a book or a list. It was a gravitational map of every sigh and every shiver left in the cosmos. He could feel the distant heat of nebulae, vast nurseries of gas and dust where stars were trying to be born. To the elders, these were blemishes. They were chaotic factories of light and noise that needed to be decommissioned. "The nurseries are the loudest," the elder's voice echoed, though the elder was now light years behind him. "They dream of fire. They dream of heavy elements and the clatter of evolution. You must bring them the lullaby of the void. Elias looked at the music box tucked within his essence. It was a physical impossibility in this state, yet it remained, a tiny, cold lump of plastic and metal that served as his compass. He wondered if the child's song was still inside it, or if he had become the song himself. He reached the boundaries of the Alpha Centauri system. Here, three suns danced in a complex gravitational braid. It was a masterpiece of kinetic tension, a three-way tug-of-war that created a turbulent sea of radiation. To Elias' new eyes, it looked like a frantic, tangled knot of golden wire. He didn't hesitate. He dived into the heart of the primary star, Rigel Kentaurus. The heat here was unlike anything on Earth. It was a pressurized roar of fusion that tried to strip his indigo form into its constituent shadows. For a moment, the old human fear flared up, the sensation of being consumed, of being erased by something larger and more violent than himself. But then he remembered the tiles. He remembered the smell of the damp earth in Oakhaven and the way the frost had climbed the walls of the bunker, slow and inevitable. He opened the ledger. He didn't fight the star's gravity. He gave it a center. He began to weave the indigo light through the convection zones, threading the plasma with the stillness. He showed the hydrogen atoms the beauty of the crystal. He showed the photons the dignity of standing still. Slowly, the golden knot began to untie. The frantic orbits of the three suns slowed, their gravitational lashes softening into gentle, violet ribbons. The stars didn't explode. They imploded into a state of graceful density. They became three identical orbs of sapphire light, their surfaces smooth and unblemished by sunspots or flares. The planets surrounding them, rocky, hellish worlds of molten lead and gas giants with diamond rain, responded instantly. The heat fled from their cores, radiating away into the void as a final, shimmering ghost of infrared. They settled into their new, static positions, locked in a geometric harmony that would never decay. Elias stood on the surface of the innermost planet, a world that had once been a volcanic nightmare. Now, it was a plain of obsidian glass, reflecting the three sapphire suns in a triple dawn that would never end. He felt a sense of accomplishment, but it was hollow. The more he stilled the universe, the more he felt the absence of the things he had once been told were impurities. He thought of the child's tear. He thought of the way it hadn't frozen. Why did the tear stay liquid? He asked the void. There was no immediate answer from the elders. Perhaps even they were becoming victims of their own success, their consciousnesses merging into the very stillness they had cultivated. He looked back toward Earth, though it was now just a dim, violet speck among billions. He felt a sudden, sharp tug on his essence. It wasn't the pull of a star or the tension of an orbit. It was something deeper, something that shouldn't exist in a universe governed by the ledger. It was a signal. It wasn't a radio wave or a beam of light. It was a rhythmic vibration in the fabric of space itself. It was coming from the direction of the galactic center, the massive, churning heart of the Milky Way, where the supermassive black hole resided. Plinka, plinka, plink, plinka. Elias froze. The sound was identical to the music box, but it was massive, a subatomic thrum that shook his very foundations. Sentinel, the elder's voice returned, but it sounded distorted, as if it were being stretched over a great distance. The great friction is calling. The core is resisting. It is the source of the galaxy's fever. It is the engine of the great unrest. Elias turned his focus toward the center of the galaxy. He He saw it now, not as a cluster of stars, but as a swirling vortex of white-hot agony. Millions of suns were being whipped around a central point of infinite density, their light smeared into a blinding halo of desperation. It was the ultimate defiance of the stillness. The black hole was not a hole at all. It was a hungry, screaming mouth that fed on time and space, turning everything into heat and noise as it tore matter apart. "If you still the center," the elder whispered, "the rest of the galaxy will follow. The spiral arms will stop their spinning. The stars will find their seats. The great peace will be absolute." Elias began the long journey toward the center. He moved through the crowded star clusters of the Sagittarian arm, passing through clouds of gas that he turned to curtains of frozen lace. He silenced pulsar after pulsar, turning their frantic lighthouse beams into steady, unmoving pillars of indigo light. As he drew closer to the core, the resistance grew. The space here was warped, twisted by the immense gravity of the central singularity. Time itself was beginning to break down. He felt memories of his life in Chicago leaking out of him, the taste of a cold apple, the sound of his mother's voice, the smell of rain on hot asphalt. These fragments of heat were being pulled toward the black hole, drawn into the furnace of the galactic center. He realized that the black hole was the ledger's opposite. While the ledger sought to categorize and preserve everything in a state of frozen perfection, the black hole sought to strip everything down to nothingness, turning information into chaos. They were both forms of the end, but they were rivals. Elias reached the event horizon of Sagittarius. The scale of the violence here was beyond comprehension. A disk of gas and dust, millions of miles wide, was spinning at nearly the speed of light, glowing with a heat that could be felt across the universe. It was the ultimate friction. Elias didn't enter the disk. He hovered above it, his indigo form a tiny, defiant spark against the roaring white light. He reached for the music box. In this place, where gravity crushed atoms into nothing, the music box should have been pulverized. Instead, it began to glow. The plastic shell turned transparent, revealing the tiny metal drum and the delicate comb inside. Elias realized that the music box wasn't just a toy. It was a vessel. It contained the one thing the ledger couldn't account for, the will to endure. He didn't use the indigo light to still the black hole. He knew, instinctively, that it wouldn't be enough. You couldn't freeze a fire that burned with the weight of 4 million suns. Instead, he began to play the music box. He didn't turn the crank with his fingers. He used the gravitational waves of the black hole itself. He let the singularity pluck at the metal teeth of the music box. The sound that emerged was not a tinny lullaby. It was a roar of harmony that matched the frequency of the accretion disk. "What are you doing?" the elders screamed, their voices thin and panicked. "You are introducing resonance. You are feeding the friction." Elias ignored them. He saw the child's face in his mind, the way she had looked at him in the crawl space. She hadn't wanted the stillness. She had wanted her mother. She had wanted the messy, painful, warm world that the elders had stolen. As the music box played, the indigo light of Elias' form began to change. It didn't turn back to the yellow of the sun, but it didn't stay the violet of the void either. It became a shimmering, iridescent white, the color of all possibilities held in a single moment. He dived into the black hole. He passed through the event horizon, expecting to be crushed into a point of infinite density. But as he crossed the threshold, the music box reached its crescendo. The singularity wasn't a point of darkness, it was a mirror. Elias saw himself, not as the sentinel, not as the indigo statue, but as Elias Thorne, the man who had walked into a tunnel because he was tired of the noise. He saw every person he had saved, every tile in the great arch, every frozen soul in the bunkers. They weren't at peace, they were trapped. The stillness was not a gift, it was a cage. It was a world where nothing could ever happen again, a universe that had committed suicide to avoid a headache. Elias felt a surge of white-hot rage, the purest friction he had ever known. He took the music box and he smashed it against the mirror of the singularity. The explosion was silent, but it was felt in every corner of the galaxy. The indigo light didn't vanish, it shattered. The crystalline structures on Earth, the sapphire suns of Alpha Centauri, the frozen shells of Jupiter, they all began to crack. The stillness was breaking. But it wasn't a return to the old world. It was something new. The heat of the black hole flooded out through the cracks in the indigo universe, but it was tempered by the memory of the cold. The stars began to burn again, but their light was steady and soft, no longer the violent, chaotic fire of the past. The planets began to spin, but their orbits were no longer a struggle against gravity, they were a dance. Elias felt himself being pulled apart, his consciousness scattering across the stars. He was no longer the sentinel. He was the friction itself. He was the spark that starts the fire, the wind that moves the leaves, the tear that refuses to freeze. He saw the earth far away. The violet ice was melting. The great arch of Oakhaven was crumbling, its indigo tiles falling into the Atlantic and turning back into salt and water. In the crawlspace of the tunnel, the child opened her eyes. She was no longer a cloud of butterflies. She was a little girl in a circle of blankets, and the heater beside her was beginning to glow with a steady, orange warmth. The music box was gone, but she could still hear the melody. It was coming from the wind outside, from the sound of the melting ice, from the heartbeat of the world waking up. Elias watched it all from the center of the galaxy. He was the dark and the light, the cold and the heat. He was the silence between the notes and the notes themselves. The elders were gone, dissolved into the very chaos they had tried to erase. The ledger was a cloud of ash, its names and coordinates lost to the beautiful, unpredictable flow of time. The universe was no longer still. It was moving, it was breathing, it was loud, and it was messy, and it was vibrant. And for the first time since he had stepped into the tunnel, Elias Thorne was not tired. He looked out at the billions of stars, each one a flickering candle in the vast, dark room of the cosmos. He didn't want to turn them out. He wanted to see how long they could burn. He drifted in the heart of the core, a ghost of a man who had tried to end the world and accidentally saved it. He closed his eyes, not to find the quiet, but to listen to the beautiful, eternal noise of everything happening all at once. The tunnel had turned cold, but the cold had been a winter. And winter, Elias realized, always had to give way to spring. The great peace was over. The great life had begun. Far away on a small, silver and green planet, a single tear fell from a child's eye. It hit the dusty floor of a tunnel, and instead of freezing, it soaked into the earth, a tiny, wet promise that the world would never be still again. Elias smiled, a sensation of warmth spreading through his shattered, starlit soul. He was the spark. He was the friction. He was the music. And the music played on. The resonance of the shattered music box did not merely break the stillness, it inverted it. Across the spiral arms of the Milky Way, the indigo shroud began to fray like sun-bleached silk. On the obsidian plains of the Alpha Centauri planets, the sapphire suns pulsed, their surfaces rippling as the internal pressures of fusion, the beautiful, violent desire of atoms to touch, reignited. The geometric perfection the elders had imposed began to dissolve into the glorious asymmetry of life. Elias was no longer a singular entity with a name and a history. He was a consciousness stretched thin across the interstellar medium. He felt the thawing of 1 trillion worlds. It was a sensory overload that would have incinerated a human mind, but Elias was something else now, a bridge between the absolute zero of the elders and the white-hot chaos of the beginning. He was the thermal gradient of the universe. He felt the elders panic as they dissipated. They were beings of pure logic, of ultimate entropy disguised as order. To them, the return of friction was a terminal disease. They vanished not with a whimper, but with a sudden, silent evaporation, like dry ice turning to gas in the sun. Their great works, the silver seas, the frozen suns, the ledgers of stilled souls, became the raw material for a new creation. Elias found himself drifting back toward the solar system. He did not fly as a beam of light this time. He moved with the slow, inevitable pull of a tide. He passed the gas giants, watching the violet rings of Saturn shatter into 1 billion ice diamonds, each one catching the returning gold of the sun. The sun itself was shedding its indigo skin. Great loops of fire, solar flares like the golden hair of a waking giant, arched out into the void. The frozen sun was a cocoon that had finally cracked. When he reached Earth, the transition was most violent and most beautiful. The atmosphere, which had been a stagnant, violet soup, began to churn. Winds that had been silenced for an eternity woke up with a roar. They whipped across the silver Atlantic, churning the water until the silver paint of the stillness peeled away in great, jagged sheets, revealing the deep, churning blue beneath. Elias descended toward Oak Haven. The cliffs were no longer a gallery of statues. The people, the men in their suits, the woman in the marigold dress, the fishermen with their nets were stumbling. The transition from the stillness back into time was not easy. It was a physical shock, a pins and needles sensation magnified to the scale of the soul. He saw the woman in the marigold dress collapse to her knees, clutching her chest as her heart rediscovered its rhythm. She gasped, and the sound was the most beautiful thing Elias had ever heard. It was a ragged, uneven, desperate intake of air. It was friction. It was life. He landed on the cliffside, his form flickering between the violet shade of the sentinel and the solid, weary shape of Elias' thorn. He looked at his hands. They were shaking. "It's warm," he whispered. The air was no longer sterile. It smelled of salt spray, of rotting seaweed, of damp earth and the approaching rain. It was a messy, complicated smell. He turned away from the sea and walked toward the Oakhaven Pass. The great arch was gone. The indigo tiles had lost their glow and turned into common slate, falling away to reveal the old concrete and rusted rebar of the tunnel entrance. The bunker doors, once sealed by the elders' will, were groaning on their hinges as the pressure of the waking world pushed against them. Elias entered the tunnel. It was no longer a cathedral of ice. The frost was retreating, turning into trickles of water that ran down the walls like tears. The silence was gone, replaced by the symphony of the thaw, the drip-drop of melting icicles, the groan of shifting stone, the distant sound of someone coughing in the dark. He reached the crawl space. The child was sitting up. The butterflies had vanished, or perhaps they had simply turned back into the fragments of a young girl's imagination. She was shivering, her breath blooming in small white clouds in the cooling air. She looked at Elias, and there was no indigo light in her eyes. There was only the wide, dark terror and wonder of a human being. "Is it over?" she asked. Her voice was thin, cracked from disuse. Elias knelt beside her. He felt the heat radiating from his own body, a strange and novel sensation. "The long night is over," he said. "The stars are back." "I heard the music," she said, clutching a tattered blanket to her chest. "It sounded like it was breaking." "It had to break," Elias said, "so the rest of the world could start playing again." He helped her to her feet. Her legs were weak, her muscles stiff from the long stasis, but she stood. Together, they walked toward the mouth of the tunnel. As they emerged, the first real sunset of the new era was beginning. The sky was not violet or indigo. It was a bruised, magnificent palette of orange, pink, and deep, burning red. The sun, stripped of its sapphire cage, was sinking into the Atlantic, casting a long, golden road across the water. The people on the cliffs were starting to move. They weren't the graceful, silent figures of the stillness. They were clumsy. They were crying. Some were shouting, their voices clashing in a discordant, wonderful noise. They were looking at their watches, at the sky, at each other. They were rediscovering the weight of their own lives. Elias felt a sharp pang of loss. He knew that with the return of friction came the return of everything he had tried to escape. There would be grief again. There would be the grinding exhaustion of the city, the bitterness of winter, the slow decay of the body, the wars and the whispers, and the endless, frantic race against the clock. The stillness had been a lie, but it had been a peaceful one. The girl reached out and took his hand. Her palm was small and warm, and he could feel the faint, rapid thrum of her pulse. "What happens now?" she asked. Elias looked at the horizon. The container ship was no longer a ghost. Its engines were coughing to life, sending a plume of dark smoke into the pristine air. The horizon was no longer a perfect line. It was blurred by the mist and the spray. "Now," Elias said, "we get tired, we get hungry, we grow old." He looked at her and smiled, a real smile that reached his eyes. "We live." He felt the last of the sentinel's power leave him. The indigo glow faded completely, leaving him in his old, heavy coat, his boots stained with the mud of the thaw. He was just a man again, a man in a world that was loud and cold and beautiful. In the distance, the first stars of evening began to appear. They weren't the steady, unmoving sparks of the elder's ledger. They flickered. They twinkled. They were billions of miles away, burning their hearts out in the dark, fighting the vast, cold vacuum of space with every atom of their being. Elias Thorne stood on the cliff and watched them. He thought of the music box smashed against the heart of the galaxy. He thought of the melody that was now woven into the background radiation of the universe, a song of imperfection, of struggle, of the heat that only exists because it knows the cold. The tunnel was behind him, a dark hole in the earth that had once promised an end to all pain. But Elias didn't look back. He took a step forward, into the wind, into the noise, into the flickering, golden light of the world. The ledger was closed, but the story was just beginning. And as the first rain of the new world began to fall, cold, wet, and biting, Elias Thorne raised his face to the sky and laughed, his breath a warm defiance against the coming night. The universe was no longer perfect. It was alive. Beyond the cliffs of Oakhaven, the ripple continued to spread. It moved past the moon, where the footprints of astronauts long dead seemed to settle back into the dust with a newfound weight. It swept through the asteroid belt, turning the silent, tumbling rocks into a chaotic percussion section for the solar system's new symphony. On Mars, the red dust stirred. A wind that had been frozen in place for what felt like eons began to howl through the canyons of the Valles Marineris. The thin atmosphere hummed. Deep underground, in pockets of ice that had been turned to sapphire by the elders, the heat of the core began to seep upward. The ice didn't just melt, it hissed. It fought back. Elias could still feel it all, a phantom limb of his former vastness. He felt the moment the great stillness broke on the moons of Jupiter. Europa's icy shell cracked with a sound like a planetary gunshot, venting plumes of water vapor into the vacuum. The life that had been huddling in the dark, warm depths of its subsurface oceans, strange, blind things that knew nothing of elders or sentinels, felt the shift in the tide. The rhythm of the universe had returned to them. But as the macrocosm woke, Elias found his focus narrowing to the microcosm. He watched the people around him. They were the true architects of friction. A man in a tattered naval uniform was wandering the cliffside, calling out a name. Sarah, Sarah. His voice was raw, desperate, and filled with a terrifying hope. When a woman in a gray coat turned and ran toward him, their collision was not the graceful merging of two spirits. It was a messy, sobbing impact of bone and fabric. They fell to the ground together, a tangle of limbs and salt-streaked faces. That, Elias realized, was what the elders had feared most. Not the heat of stars, but the heat of that embrace. The sheer, unpredictable energy of human connection, which generated more friction than a supernova. "I have to find my mom," the girl said, her voice stronger now. She was looking toward the town of Oakhaven, where lights were beginning to flicker on in the windows of the small houses, yellow, flickering, electric lights that looked fragile against the vastness of the returning night. "Go," Elias said. "The path is clear now." She hesitated, looking at him. To her, he was just a man who had been in the tunnel with her, but she seemed to sense the shadow of the indigo light that still clung to his memory. "Are you coming?" Elias looked at the tunnel entrance. He thought of the Chicago he had left behind, the gray cubicles, the endless hum of the expressway, the feeling of being a single, unimportant gear in a machine that was grinding him down. He had gone into the tunnel to find the stillness because the noise of the world had become an agony. But the stillness he had found was a graveyard. "In a moment," Elias said. "I just need to listen for a bit." The girl nodded, gave his hand one last squeeze, and then she was running. She ran with the reckless, uneven gait of a child who hadn't moved in 1,000 years, her silhouette bobbing against the darkening sky until she disappeared into the shadows of the town. Elias sat on a rock, his back to the tunnel. The Atlantic was no longer a silver sheet. It was a chaotic, white-capped mess. The tide was coming in, the waves slamming against the base of the cliffs with a rhythmic thud that vibrated in his chest. Each crash was a reminder, time, time, time. He reached into his pocket. His fingers brushed against something hard and cold. He pulled it out, expecting it to be a fragment of an indigo tile or a piece of the music box. It was a small, smooth stone. It was a common pebble from the floor of the Oakhaven Pass, the kind of thing a man might pick up and fiddle with while he was waiting for the end of the world. It wasn't glowing, it wasn't humming, it was just a rock. Elias held it in his palm, feeling its weight, its texture, its utter lack of cosmic significance. He felt the warmth of his skin transferring to the stone. "Friction," he whispered. The stars above were now fully out, a glittering, disorganized mess of light. the Milky Way smeared across the zenith like a spill of milk on a dark floor. It was beautiful because it was finite. It was beautiful because it was burning out. He understood now why the music box had been the key. The elders had built a universe that was a perfect, unchanging circle. But a circle has no beginning and no end. It just exists, static and hollow. The music box was a line. It had a first note and it had a last note. It was the movement from one to the other that created the beauty. The universe was no longer a circle. It was a song. He stood up, his joints aching, his muscles protesting the movement. He welcomed the pain. It was a signal that he was still part of the machinery of life. As he began to walk toward the town. As he reached the outskirts, he saw the chaos of the awakening. Cars were stalled in the middle of the roads, their drivers sitting on the hoods, staring at the sky in a daze. A dog was barking at a mailbox, the sound sharp and indignant. People were emerging from the bunkers beneath the library and the post office, blinking in the light of the street lamps like ghosts rising from the grave. No one noticed Elias. He was just another survivor, another soul spat back out by the stillness. He liked it that way. He had been the shepherd of the void, the sentinel of the quiet, but those were lonely titles. He much preferred being a stranger in a crowd. He found a small diner on the main street. The windows were cracked, and the sign, Marges Home Cooking, was hanging by a single wire, but the smell of coffee was wafting through the open door. Coffee, the most bitter, aromatic, heat-filled substance in the world. Elias walked inside. The diner was packed. People were huddled in the booths, wrapped in blankets, talking in hushed, frantic tones. A woman behind the counter, presumably Marge, was frantically pouring coffee into mismatched mugs, her hands shaking so hard that half of it ended up on the counter. "Is it real?" someone asked from a corner booth. "The sun, it's not purple anymore." "It's real," Marge said, her voice thick with tears. "God help us, it's real." Elias took a seat at the far end of the counter. He didn't have any money. The currency of the old world was likely worthless now, and the elders hadn't provided him with a celestial wallet, but Marge didn't seem to care. She slid a mug of coffee in front of him without a word. The steam rose in a swirling, chaotic pattern. Elias wrapped his hands around the mug, savoring the heat. He took a sip. It was burnt, far too strong, and tasted faintly of dishwater. It was perfect. He looked out the window. The moon was high now, a pale, cratered rock that had spent far too long pretending to be an eye. It was just a moon again, caught in the gravitational pull of the Earth, destined to drift away, centimeter by centimeter, until the end of time. Elias felt a sense of profound peace, but it wasn't the peace of the stillness. It was the peace of a man who has finished a long, terrible day of work and can finally sit down. He reached into his mind, trying to find the ledger one last time. He wanted to see if the names were still there, if the coordinates of the frozen stars were still etched into his essence. But there was nothing. The ledger had been rewritten. Every page was blank, waiting for the new history to be scribbled across it in the messy, ink-stained handwriting of the living. The music box's melody was still there, though. It wasn't a physical sound anymore, but a rhythm in his blood. Plink, 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 plink. It was the sound of the heart beating. It was the sound of the clock ticking. It was the sound of the world turning, grinding away at itself, creating the heat that kept the dark at bay. Elias finished his coffee and stood up. He walked out of the diner and into the cool, damp night. He didn't know where he was going. Chicago was a long way off, and he wasn't sure if he wanted to go back to the man he had been. That Elias Thorne had wanted the world to stop. This Elias Thorne wanted to see how fast it could go. He started walking down the road that led out of Oakhaven, heading west. The road was cracked, the pavement buckled by the frost of the stillness, but it was a road nonetheless. Behind him, the Atlantic continued its restless, noisy labor. Above him, the stars continued their slow, beautiful suicide. And all around him, the world continued to wake up, one breath, one shiver, one heartbeat at a time. The tunnel had turned cold, and for a while the cold had won. But the sun had come back, and though it was a smaller, humbler fire than the one the elders had promised, it was enough. Elias Thorne walked into the dark, a small, warm spark in a universe that was finally, beautifully, perfectly alive. He hummed a low, resonant tone as he walked, a song that didn't need to be heard to exist. It was a song of friction. It was a song of the thaw. And as the first light of a new dawn began to gray the eastern horizon, the melody of the music box finally faded away, lost in the glorious, rising roar of the world. The road west out of Oakhaven was a graveyard of stalled intentions. Elias walked past a line of cars that had been frozen in mid-commute, their metal skins now weeping condensation as the atmosphere reclaimed its moisture. In one car, a station wagon packed with suitcases, a family sat huddled together. The father was gripping the steering wheel so hard his knuckles were white, staring at the odometer, as if waiting for the numbers to tell him how much time they had lost. Elias didn't stop. He couldn't offer them the one thing they wanted, the years back. He could only offer them the cold, wet reality of the present. The further he walked from the coast, the more the geography of the stillness began to dissolve. The indigo tint that had stained the shadows for so long was being bleached away by the gray, honest light of a rainy morning. He reached a bridge over a small creek. During the stillness, the water had been a jagged sculpture of sapphire glass, beautiful and dead. Now it was a muddy torrent, swollen with melted frost, roaring over the stones with a violence that made the bridge's iron railings vibrate. Elias leaned over the edge, watching the debris, twigs, dead leaves, a discarded plastic cup being swept away by the current. It was messy. It was chaotic. It was exactly what he had once feared, the loss of control. But as he watched a branch get snagged in an eddy, spinning frantically before breaking free and vanishing downstream, he felt a strange envy for the wood. It was moving. It was part of the flow. His own body was beginning to demand things it hadn't needed in what felt like centuries. His stomach let out a low, predatory growl. His muscles, no longer supported by the ethereal grace of the sentinel, felt like leaden weights hanging from his bones. Every step was a negotiation with gravity. He found a gas station at a crossroads. The pumps were dark, the digital displays blank, but the door had been kicked in. Inside, the air smelled of stale tobacco and spilled soda. A teenager was sitting on the floor behind the counter, methodically eating a bag of stale pretzels. He looked up at Elias with eyes that had seen the end of the world and found it boring. "Power S out," the boy said, his voice cracking. "Probably be out for a while. Everything in the fridge is gonna go bad." "The ice is melting," Elias said, his voice sounding raspy even to his own ears. "Yeah," the boy held out the bag of pretzels. "Want some? They're dry as hell, but they're salty." Elias took a handful. The salt hit his tongue like a physical shock, a sharp, stinging reminder of his own biology. He chewed slowly, savoring the dry crunch. "Where are you going?" he asked. The boy shrugged. Nowhere. My mom's at the hospital in the next town over. She was there when the purple stuff happened. I guess I'll wait for the phones to work, or I'll start walking. He looked at Elia's heavy, mud-caked coat. You look like you've been walking a long time. I have, Elias said, longer than you can imagine. You think it'll stay, the sun, I mean, the normal one. Elias looked out the shattered window. The clouds were thick and heavy, a bruised charcoal gray, but behind them he could feel the immense, indifferent heat of the sun. It'll stay, but it won't be easy. The sun doesn't care if we're warm, it just burns. The boy nodded, seemingly satisfied with that. Better than the purple. That stuff was creepy, like being inside a photograph. Elias left the boy with his pretzels and stepped back out into the rain. He felt a strange sense of displacement. He was the man who had broken the world's stasis, the thief who had stolen the elders' silence, yet here he was, just another wanderer in the mud. There was no grand procession, no chorus of angels, just the steady, relentless drip of water from the eaves of the gas station. As he continued west, the scale of the awakening became more apparent. He saw a farmer in a field, standing knee-deep in mud, staring at a tractor that had rusted in place during the long years of the stillness. The man wasn't crying. He was simply touching the rusted metal with a look of profound confusion. The elders had stopped time, but they hadn't stopped decay. They had only masked it under a layer of indigo light. Now that the light was gone, the rot of the world was visible again. Elias realized then that the transition wouldn't be a celebration. It would be a long, grueling labor. The world had to be rebuilt, not from the blueprints of the old world, but from the wreckage of the new one. He reached the outskirts of a larger town by midday. Here, the panic was more palpable. People were looting hardware stores for generators and wood. Others were gathered in circles on the pavement, praying to a god they hoped had finally come back from vacation. In the center of the town square, a man was standing on a fountain, shouting about the indigo plague and the return of the true fire. Elias walked past him, his head down. He didn't want to be a prophet. He didn't want to explain the ledger or the music box. They wouldn't understand the music anyway. They would try to turn it into a hymn or a weapon, and it was neither. It was just a song of friction. He found a park and sat on a bench that was half covered in moss. His legs finally gave out, a dull ache radiating from his hips to his ankles. He closed his eyes and listened. The sound of the world was a cacophony. He heard the distant sirens of emergency vehicles, the shouting of neighbors, the barking of dogs, the rustle of wind through the trees. It was a messy, disorganized symphony, a million different instruments playing a million different tunes. And yet, underneath it all, he could still hear the faint, ghostly echo of the music box. Plink, 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 plink. It wasn't a melody anymore. It was a pulse. It was the sound of the universe's heart beating against the ribs of reality. He felt a presence beside him. He didn't open his eyes. "You look like a man who knows the secret of the tunnel," a voice said. It was an old voice, thin and dry, like parchment rubbing together. Elias opened his eyes. An old man was sitting on the other end of the bench. He was wearing a tweed jacket that was several sizes too large for him, and he was clutching a leather-bound book to his chest. His eyes were a startling, clear blue, untainted by the indigo light. "The tunnel is gone," Elias said. "It's just a hole in the ground now." The old man smiled, revealing a few yellowed teeth. "A hole in the ground is never just a hole, it's an invitation. I spent 30 years studying the Oakhaven anomalies before the stillness took us. I was a physicist, or a dreamer. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference." What did you find? Elias asked, curious despite his exhaustion. I found that the universe is a very loud place that desperately wants to be quiet, the old man said. The elders, if that's what they were just the logical conclusion of entropy. They wanted to reach the end without having to do the work of living. They wanted the silence of the library without having to read the books. He tapped the book in his lap, but books are meant to be read. They're meant to be dog-eared and stained with coffee and have their spines cracked. Life isn't a state of being, it's a state of becoming, and becoming is a very noisy process. It's going to be hard, Elias said, looking at the chaotic town square. A lot of people won't survive the thaw. No, the old man agreed softly. They won't. Friction burns after all. But would you rather be a diamond in a vault or a spark in a forge? Elias looked at his hands. They were dirty, the fingernails broken and stained with earth. They were the hands of a man who had been working. I chose the spark, he said. Then you'd better get moving, the old man said, standing up with a groan. The forge is getting hot, and there's a lot of metal that needs shaping. He wandered off into the crowd, his tweed jacket flapping in the wind. Elias watched him go, feeling a strange sense of kinship. He wasn't the only one who had seen the gears of the universe. He was just the one who had stuck his finger in them. As evening approached, the rain tapered off into a fine mist. The sky to the west cleared for a brief moment, revealing a sliver of the setting sun. It wasn't the majestic, terrifying orb he had seen from the cliffs. It was just a pale, watery light, struggling to pierce through the damp air. It was enough. Elias stood up and began to walk again. He didn't have a destination, but he had a direction. He would walk until his legs failed him, and then he would crawl. He would find a way to contribute to the noise. He would tell stories or dig ditches or simply sit in diners and drink burnt coffee and listen to the world complain about its aches and pains. He passed a house where a woman was hanging laundry on a line. The clothes were damp and heavy, and the wind was whipping them around, but she was working with a grim, determined focus. She caught his eye and nodded, a brief, acknowledging gesture of shared survival. Elias felt a sudden, sharp memory of his life before the tunnel. He remembered the feeling of the subway train beneath his feet, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the way the light hit the skyscrapers in the late afternoon. He had hated those things once. He had seen them as symptoms of a terminal disease called time. Now he saw them as the cure. He reached the edge of the town, where the road stretched out into the dark, rolling hills of the interior. The street lamps here were still dark, and the only light came from the stars, which were now pulsing with a fierce, untidy brilliance. He thought of the sentinel, the violet being he had briefly become. That being could see the beginning and the end of all things. It could see the structure of the atom and the curve of the galaxy. It was a god of the vacuum. But the sentinel couldn't feel the bite of the wind. It couldn't taste the salt of a pretzel or the bitterness of coffee. It couldn't feel the ache in its knees or the hope in its heart. Elias Thorne, the man, could feel all of those things. And as he stepped out into the darkness, he realized that he wouldn't trade a single second of this messy, painful, finite life for an eternity of indigo silence. The tunnel was behind him. The cold was retreating. The world was waking up, and it was screaming, and it was beautiful. He took a deep breath of the damp, night air. It tasted of earth and wood smoke, and the promise of a tomorrow that wasn't guaranteed. "Let it burn," he whispered to the dark. And then, with a steady, rhythmic stride that matched the ticking of 1,000,000,000 invisible clocks, Elias Thorne walked into the new world. He wasn't a hero, he wasn't a savior. He was just a man who had found his way back into the song. And as he walked, he began to hum, not the music of the elders, not the perfect melody of the stillness, but a rough, stumbling tune of his own making. It was a song of the road, of the rain, and of the heat that only comes when you're willing to move. The long night was over, the stars were back, and for the first time in 1,000 years, the wind had something to carry besides silence. It carried the sound of a man walking, his boots clicking against the cracked pavement, a steady, defiant percussion against the vastness of the night. The universe was no longer perfect, it was alive, and that, Elias realized, was more than enough. He looked up at the stars one last time before the clouds closed back over them. They were flickering, burning, dying. They were perfect in their imperfection. He smiled, a small, private thing, and kept walking. The road was long, the night was cold, and he was very, very tired. He had never felt better. The transition from the coast to the interior was a slow peeling back of a scab. As Elias moved further from the Atlantic, the air lost its briny sharpness and took on the heavy, cloying scent of thawing earth and rot. For years, the stillness had acted as a preservative, a psychic cellophane that kept the world from spoiling. Now that the wrap had been torn away, the biological clock of the planet was overcompensating, trying to pack a decade of decay into a few days of damp heat. He found himself walking through a forest that had been caught in the middle of a late autumn when the purple stuff arrived. The trees were skeletal, their leaves long ago turned to a brittle, indigo-stained mulch that now disintegrated into a slick, black sludge under his boots. Everywhere there was the sound of snapping, limbs that had frozen in unnatural positions, finally giving way to the pull of gravity. The woods were loud with the groans of timber and the frantic scurrying of small animals that had spent an eternity in a dreamless sleep and were now waking up with a desperate, starving hunger. Elias' own hunger was no longer a growl. It was a hollow ache that made his vision swim. He found a small orchard on the edge of a collapsed farmhouse. The trees were gnarled and sickly, but a few shriveled apples clung to the branches, preserved by the freakish cold of the tunnel's influence. He bit into one. It was mealy and sour, tasting of copper and old rain, but he ate it down to the seeds, his body absorbing the meager sugars with a frantic intensity. He sat on the porch of the farmhouse, the wood groaning beneath him. The house had been beautiful once, a white clapboard colonial that now looked like a sun-bleached ribcage. Inside, he could see the silhouette of a table set for a meal that had never been finished. A pitcher of water sat in the center, now a cracked vessel holding a stagnant puddle of melted ice. He didn't go inside. He didn't want to see the people who might still be sitting there, waiting for a guest who had arrived several years too late. Instead, he watched the sky. The clouds were breaking apart in the late afternoon, torn into ragged strips by a high-altitude wind. Through the gaps, he saw a jet contrail, a thin white scar across the blue. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. It meant that somewhere someone was still flying. Someone had fuel, someone had a destination, and someone had the audacity to scream across the heavens in a tube of pressurized aluminum. The world was regaining its momentum. "You're the one from the radio," a voice said. Elias didn't jump. His nerves were too frayed for sudden movements. He turned his head slowly. A woman was standing at the corner of the porch, holding a shotgun with the casual familiarity of someone who had spent the last few days defending a perimeter. She was young, perhaps 20, with hair chopped short and eyes that were rimmed with red exhaustion. "I wasn't on the radio," Elias said. "Not your voice, but they're talking about a man walking west from the coast. Say he was there when the light broke. Say he's the one who turned the key. She stepped onto the porch, the shotgun barrel dipping toward the floorboards. You look too tired to be a savior. I'm not, Elias said. I just wanted to go home, but I don't think home is there anymore. The woman leaned against a porch pillar, looking out at the ruined orchard. Nowhere is there anymore. My dad died in the first hour of the thaw. His heart it couldn't take the jump start. The doctor in town says a lot of the old folks are going that way, like their bodies forgot how to beat on their own. I'm sorry, Elias said. She shrugged, a jerky, painful movement. Don't be. He hated the purple. He used to sit on this porch and cuss at the sky because the sun wouldn't move. He called it the devil's snapshot. I think he'd rather be dead in a world that moves than alive in one that's stuck. She reached into a deep pocket of her coat and tossed something at him. Elias caught it, a tin of sardines. Eat, she said. The road ahead is worse. The bridges are out over the Susquehanna. People are bottlenecking. They're scared, and scared people start looking for someone to blame for the lost time. Who are they blaming? The government, the aliens, the scientists, God. She looked at him pointedly. And if they see a man who looks like he's carrying the weight of the stars on his shoulders, they might blame him too. Elias pried open the tin, the oily smell of the fish making his mouth water. I'm just walking. Then walk fast, she said, and don't look back. There's nothing behind us but a cold tunnel, and it's filling up with ghosts. Elias finished the sardines and handed the tin back, but she shook her head. He left it on the porch railing and stood up. His joints popped like dry kindling. Thank you. Hey, she called out as he reached the end of the driveway. Is it true, what they're saying on the emergency bands, that the stars are different now? Elias looked up. The sun was dipping below the horizon, and the first few points of light were piercing the dusk. They weren't the static, perfect jewels of the stillness. They were flickering, some of them tinted red, some blue, some so faint they seemed to vanish if he looked at them directly. They're not different, Elias said. We're just finally seeing them die. They've been burning out for millions of years. We just finally caught up to the news. She nodded slowly. I like that better. Things should end when they're supposed to. Elias continued west. The night brought a new kind of cold, not the absolute zero of the elders, but the honest, biting chill of a spring evening. He found a sleeping bag in the back of an abandoned SUV and curled up in the cargo area, the smell of old upholstery and spilled coffee strangely comforting. He slept, and for the first time since he had entered the tunnel, he dreamed. He didn't dream of the ledger or the frozen stars. He dreamed of a woman he had known in Chicago, a woman named Sarah who used to complain about the way he hummed in his sleep. In the dream, they were standing on a street corner, waiting for a light to change. The city was loud, the screech of bus brakes, the chatter of 1,000 voices, the hum of the electric grid. It's so much noise, Elias, she said in the dream, laughing as she pulled her coat tighter. Don't you wish it would just shut up for a minute? In the dream, Elias looked at her, and he could see the individual cells of her skin, the way the light refracted in her eyes, the sheer, impossible complexity of her existence. No, he said, I want it to get louder. He woke up at dawn to the sound of rain hammering on the roof of the SUV. It was a torrential downpour, the kind that turned roads into rivers and fields into swamps. He climbed out of the vehicle, his clothes immediately soaking through. The road was indeed becoming a bottleneck. As he approached the larger intersections, he saw more people. Some were in cars, idling their engines to stay warm, their headlights cutting yellow tunnels through the gray mist. Others were on foot, carrying rucksacks and dragging suitcases. There was a desperate, frantic energy to the crowd. People weren't talking, they were shouting. Arguments broke out over siphoned gas, over cans of soup, over which direction led to the nearest functioning hospital. Elias moved through them like a ghost. He saw a man trying to jump-start a car, his hands shaking so badly he couldn't get the clamps on the battery. Elias stepped forward, took the clamps, and snapped them onto the terminals. The spark that jumped between the metal and the lead was a tiny, brilliant blue flash. "Thanks," the man gasped, his face pale. I have to get to my sister. She was in Philly. I haven't heard from her in. God, how long has it been?" "Years," Elias said softly, "but the clocks are running again. Go." The man hopped into the car, and the engine turned over with a ragged, coughing roar. He sped off into the rain, leaving a cloud of blue exhaust that smelled of ancient, degraded gasoline. As the day wore on, the rain turned to sleet. The temperature was dropping again, a reminder that the Earth's tilt and the season didn't care about the metaphysical drama of the last few years. It was early spring, and spring was a fickle, cruel mistress. Elias found himself walking alongside a group of refugees, a young couple with a toddler and an older woman who walked with a cane. They didn't ask who he was, and he didn't offer a name. They simply shared the silence of the road. "Do you think the cities are still there?" the young man asked. He was carrying his daughter on his shoulders, her small hands buried in his hair. "They're there," Elias said, "but they'll be different, like a clock that's been stopped too long. You can't just wind it and expect it to tell the right time immediately. You have to clean the gears." "I just want a hot shower," the woman said, her voice a thin reed, "and a television. I want to see a weather report. I want someone to tell me it's going to be sunny tomorrow, even if they're lying." Elias looked at the toddler. She was staring at a puddle, watching the way the raindrops created concentric circles that collided and broke each other. She wasn't afraid. She was fascinated. To her, the stillness was a half-remembered nursery rhyme. The rain was the reality. They reached a rise in the road that overlooked a broad valley. In the distance, the Susquehanna River was a silver-gray ribbon, swollen and angry. The bridge was a dark line across the water, and Elias could see the tiny, flickering lights of campfires on the near bank. Thousands of people were trapped there, waiting for a way across. "It looks like a war zone," the young man whispered. "It's a birth," Elias said. "Birth is always bloody." He felt a sudden, sharp pang in his chest, not a physical pain, but a resonance. He reached into his mind, and for a fleeting second he felt the ledger. It wasn't blank anymore. A single line had been written on the first page, in a handwriting that looked remarkably like his own. "The friction is the point." He smiled. The elders had wanted a universe of pure mathematics, a grand equation that balanced to zero. But they had forgotten that zero is the absence of everything. They had forgotten that the only way to have a sum is to have parts that don't quite fit together. As they descended into the valley, the sound of the crowd grew. It was a low, vibrating hum, the sound of 10,000 people breathing, crying, and hoping. It was the sound of the world's heart, and it was louder than any music box. Elias Thorne stepped into the mud of the riverbank. He was wet, he was cold, and he was starving. He was a man who had seen the end of time and had decided to walk back into the middle of it. He looked at the bridge, where engineers and soldiers were working by the light of flares to stabilize the structure. the orange light reflected in the churning water, creating a chaotic, beautiful dance of shadows. He took a step forward, his boots sinking deep into the mire. He didn't know if he would make it to Chicago. He didn't know if Sarah was still there, or if she would even recognize the man he had become. But as he joined the line of people waiting to cross the river, he felt the warmth of the person standing next to him. He felt the vibration of a truck engine nearby. He felt the sting of the sleet on his cheeks. He was alive. The world was cold, but it was turning. And as the sun began to set behind the western mountains, casting a long, jagged shadow across the valley, Elias Thorne closed his eyes and hummed. It wasn't a song of the stars. It was a song of the mud, and it was the most beautiful thing he had ever heard. The line at the bridge moved with the agonizing slowness of a glacier. As night fell, the sleet transitioned back into a heavy, drenching rain that turned the riverbank into a graveyard of abandoned vehicles and makeshift tents. Elias stood between a family in a rusted minivan and a man who spent 4 hours methodically sharpening a kitchen knife against a whetstone. The sound shhh-ching, shhh-ching was a rhythmic reminder that while the cosmic cold had vanished, the human chill was settling in. By midnight, the National Guard had set up floodlights. The beams were harsh and artificial, cutting through the downpour like white swords. They weren't the violet, ethereal glow of the elders. They were the dirty, flickering light of generators fueled by desperation. Elias watched the moths batter themselves against the hot glass of the lamps. Even they were frantic to feel the heat, even if it killed them. "Movement up front," someone yelled. The crowd surged. It wasn't a coordinated effort, but a collective heave of bodies. Elias felt the ribs of the man behind him pressing into his back. The young mother he had walked with earlier was clenching her daughter's hand so hard the child began to wail. That sound, high and piercing, seemed to snap something in the air. A man in a camouflage jacket pushed past Elias, his eyes wide and glassy. "They're closing it. They're saying the pylons are shifting." "Don't listen to him," another voice countered. "They're just rationing the crossings." Rumor was the only currency left that had any value, and it was inflating rapidly. Elias stayed silent, keeping his feet planted. He knew about shifting foundations. He had seen the very pillars of reality tilt and groan. A bridge made of steel and concrete was a simple thing by comparison. He looked at the bridge, a cantilever structure that looked like a rusted skeleton in the fog. It was swaying, yes, but it was a flexible sway. It was holding. When he finally reached the checkpoint at the foot of the span, a soldier with a surgical mask over his face held up a hand. The soldier's eyes were bloodshot, the skin around them gray with a fatigue that went deeper than sleep. "ID," the soldier barked. Elias reached into his sodden wallet. He pulled out his driver's license. The plastic was cracked. The photo showed a man with neatly trimmed hair and a professional smile. A man who lived in a world where the most important thing was the morning commute and the quarterly earnings report. The soldier looked at the card, then at Elias. He saw the beard, the hollowed-out cheeks, and the strange, lingering intensity in Elias' pupils, a residue of the indigo light that no amount of rain could wash away. "Chicago, huh?" the soldier said, his voice softening just a fraction. "Long walk, Thorne." "I've had some time," Elias replied. The soldier handed the card back. "Watch the gaps on the second span. The expansion joints are blown, and don't stop. If you stop, the people behind you will push you over the rail. They aren't being mean, they're just heavy." "I understand." Elias stepped onto the metal grating of the bridge. Beneath his feet, the Susquehanna roared, a black abyss of churning foam and debris. He saw a refrigerator bobbing in the current, followed by the roof of a shed. The river was reclaiming the land, washing away the detritus of the stillness. Halfway across, the wind hit him. It was a localized gale, funneled by the valley, and it threatened to peel him off the walkway. He gripped the cold iron railing. The metal felt real. It felt honest. It didn't try to tell him he was eternal. It told him it was rusting and that he was small. He looked back toward the east. The horizon was a dark blur, but in his mind's eye he could still see the tunnel. He could see the place where the world had stopped breathing. It felt like a dream now, a feverish hallucination born of a collective trauma. But the ache in his marrow told him otherwise. He was a carrier now, a host for the memory of the silence. He reached the western bank as the first hints of a gray, bruised dawn began to leak over the hills. The crowd here was thinner, dispersed into the woods and side roads. He found a gas station that had been looted down to the floorboards. The windows were shattered, and a layer of glass crunching under his boots sounded like breaking ice. He sat in the corner of the darkened garage, behind a stack of old tires. He needed to rest, but his mind was a hive of activity. The ledger, that psychic imprint of the universe's history, was still vibrating in the back of his consciousness. It was no longer a weight, it was a compass. It wasn't showing him north, it was showing him now. He realized then that the elders hadn't just been trying to save the universe from heat death. They had been trying to save themselves from the humiliation of being forgotten. By stopping time, they ensured their masterpiece would never be erased. They were artists who had frozen the paint on the canvas because they couldn't bear the thought of the colors fading. But Elias knew that a painting that never changes isn't art, it's a prison. He fell into a shallow, twitchy sleep. He dreamt of the subway again, but this time the train didn't stop. It sped through the stations, the lights blurring into a continuous streak of gold. He was standing on the platform, and as the train roared past, he saw the faces of everyone he had ever known looking out the windows. They were laughing, shouting, arguing. They were moving. He woke to the sound of a dog barking. It was a scrawny, mud-caked mutt, some kind of terrier mix with one ear torn. It was standing in the doorway of the garage, growling at him. "Hey there," Elias said, his voice raspy. The dog didn't stop growling, but its tail gave a hesitant, involuntary wag. It was as conflicted as the rest of the world, torn between the instinct to protect itself and the desperate need for connection. Elias reached into his pack. He had a few crumbs of a protein bar left. He tossed them toward the dog. The animal lunged, snapping the morsels out of the air, and then looked at Elias with an expression of profound expectation. "That's all I've got, pal," Elias said. "We're both on the hunt." The dog trotted over and sniffed his boots. It seemed satisfied that Elias wasn't a ghost. It curled up a few feet away, its head resting on its paws, watching the rain. For the next hour, they sat together in the damp gloom, a man who had outrun eternity and a dog that just wanted a meal. By noon, the rain had tapered off to a fine mist. Elias stood up, and the dog followed suit. "You're coming with me." The dog tilted its head. "Fine, but I'm going to Chicago. It's a hell of a walk." They hit the road, heading west along Route 30. The landscape was a mosaic of the mundane and the apocalyptic. They passed a car dealership where the rows of vehicles were perfectly preserved, their paint shining under the gray sky, while just across the street, a grocery store had collapsed under the weight of its own neglected maintenance. He saw signs of life everywhere now. smoke rising from chimneys, a group of men in a field trying to hitch a horse to a plow, a child sitting on a fence playing a harmonica. The notes were sour and clumsy, but they carried across the damp air with a heartbreaking clarity. The new world wasn't a utopia, it was a mess. It was a scramble for resources, a struggle against the elements, and a reckoning with the lost years. But as Elias walked, he felt a strange sense of peace. The violet shadow was gone from the edges of his vision. The stars, when they appeared through the clouds, were just stars, distant, burning balls of gas that didn't care about his soul. On the third day after the bridge, he reached a small town called Chambersburg. It had been hit hard by the thaw. The local creek had flooded the main street, leaving a thick layer of silt on everything. People were out with shovels and buckets, working in a grim, rhythmic silence. Elias stopped at a communal kitchen set up in a church basement. He traded his labor, 4 hours of hauling mud-soaked carpets out of the sanctuary, for a bowl of watery beef stew and a piece of bread. As he ate, he listened to the talk around the table. "They say the power's back on in Pittsburgh," a man said, his face caked in dried mud. "They say they've got the mills running again." "Who cares about steel?" a woman replied. "I heard they found a warehouse of seed in Ohio. Real seed, not the genetically modified crap that won't take in this soil." "I just want to know what happened to the satellites," a third voice added. "My phone is a brick. My GPS is a brick. I don't even know what year it is." "It's the year of the wake," the woman said firmly. "And it's Monday. That's all you need to know." Elias looked at his hands. They were calloused, the fingernails broken and stained with earth. These were the hands of a man who existed in linear time. He felt a surge of gratitude for the dirt. He left the church and found the dog waiting for him by the steps. He had named it Static, a joke the dog didn't get, but seemed to appreciate the tone of. As they left the town limits, Elias noticed a man sitting on a stump by the side of the road. He was wearing a tattered suit and holding a clipboard. He looked like a census taker for a country that no longer existed. "Heading west?" the man asked as Elias approached. "In Chicago," Elias said. The man made a mark on his clipboard. "You're the 42nd today. Most people are heading for the plains. Think there's more room to breathe out there." "I have someone to find," Elias said. The man looked up, his eyes sharp and inquisitive. "Do you think she's the same person she was before the light turned purple?" The question hung in the air, heavy and damp. "No," Elias said. "I hope she isn't. I'm certainly not." The man nodded, satisfied. "Good, because the ones who are trying to go back to exactly how it was, they're the ones who are losing their minds. You have to be like the water, friend. You have to take the shape of the new channel." "I'm trying," Elias said. He continued his trek. The Appalachian Mountains loomed ahead, a formidable wall of dark green and gray. Crossing them would be the hardest part of the journey. The roads would be treacherous, the weather unpredictable, and the mountain passes likely inhabited by those who had retreated from the world long before the tunnel even opened. But Elias felt a strange confidence. He wasn't the sentinel anymore, but he carried a piece of that perspective with him. He understood that every struggle, every cold night, every blister on his heel was a data point in a grand, beautiful chaos. That night, camped in the lee of a massive limestone outcropping, Elias looked at the campfire he had managed to start with a handful of dry pine needles and a discarded lighter. The flames were orange and yellow, licking at the black air. He thought about the elders. He wondered if they were still out there, in the indigo silence, watching him. He wondered if they saw his fire as a blemish on their perfect vacuum, or if they were beginning to understand. He reached into his mind and did something he hadn't dared to do since leaving the coast. He called out, not with words, but with a feeling. He projected the sensation of the heat on his face, the smell of the wood smoke, the weight of the dog sleeping against his thigh. He projected the ache in his knees and the sour taste of the stew. This is what you missed, he thought. This is the texture of being. There was no answer, no violet flash, no humming in his ears. But for a second, just a heartbeat, the stars seemed to flicker with a renewed intensity, as if the universe itself was leaning in to catch the scent of the smoke. Elias smiled and lay back against the hard earth. The ground was cold, but beneath the surface, he could feel the faint, rhythmic thrum of the planet's core. It was a slow heartbeat, but it was steady. He was 300 miles from the coast. He had 700 more to go. The road was long, and the world was broken. "Perfect," he whispered to the dog. Static let out a soft huff of agreement, and together they drifted into the deep, messy sleep of the living. The next morning, the mountains were shrouded in a thick, white fog. Elias packed his meager belongings, whistled for the dog, and began the ascent. The air grew thinner and colder, the wind whipping through the gaps in the ridges with a mournful howl. He passed an abandoned tour bus perched precariously on the edge of a hairpin turn. The passengers were still inside, their faces pressed against the glass. They looked like wax figures in a museum of the mundane. Elias didn't look too closely. He kept his eyes on the road, on the cracks in the asphalt where hardy weeds were already beginning to push through. The world was reclaiming itself. The silence was being drowned out by the noise of growth and decay. As he reached the summit of the first ridge, the fog suddenly broke. Below him, the valley stretched out in a panoramic sprawl of shadow and light. He could see the silver threads of rivers, the dark patches of forests, and the tiny, distant plumes of smoke from 100 different fires. It was a map of a new civilization, written in charcoal and sweat. Elias took a deep breath, the cold air stinging his lungs. He felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of scale. He was one man on a vast, indifferent planet, in a vast, indifferent galaxy. And yet, he was the one who was walking. He began to hum that rough, stumbling tune again. It grew louder as he started the descent, his boots striking the ground with a steady, defiant rhythm. The tunnel was gone. The cold was a memory. The song was just beginning. And as Elias Thorne descended into the valley, the dog trotting at his side and the sun breaking through the clouds, he knew that the end of the world had been the best thing that had ever happened to him. He was finally, truly moving. The descent into the valley was a grueling exercise in physics. Gravity, once a concept Elias had viewed as a constant of the natural world, now felt like a predatory force, tugging at his weakened joints and testing the structural integrity of his boots. The dog, Static, fared better, its low center of gravity allowing it to weave through the scree and fallen timber with a frantic, messy grace. The silence of the high ridges was replaced by the cacophony of the lowlands. Water was everywhere. The thaw had been violent, and the spring rains that followed were relentless. Every gully was a stream. Every stream was a river. The sound of rushing water became the soundtrack to his life, a constant, low-frequency roar that masked the sound of his own footsteps. It was a cleansing sound, but it was also a destructive one. He saw the remains of a bridge that had been twisted like a ribbon of taffy by the force of a flash flood. He saw a farmhouse that had been sliced in half by a mudslide, its interior rooms exposed like a dollhouse, a kitchen table still set for a meal that had been interrupted by the end of time. He avoided the main highways when he could. The interstates were clogged with the dead and the desperate. Instead, he stuck to the veins of the country, the county roads and the forgotten bypasses. Here, the scale of the wake was more intimate. He found a roadside fruit stand where the wooden bins were filled with nothing but gray dust. He found a playground where the swings moved in the wind, the chains screeching like rusted ghosts. On the 5th day after the mountain crossing, Elias encountered the first sign of organized human friction. He was approaching a small intersection near the West Virginia border when 3 men stepped out from behind a jackknifed semi-truck. They weren't soldiers, and they weren't survivors in the way Elias understood the term. They were scavengers who had found a new sense of purpose in the vacuum of authority. They carried hunting rifles and wore armbands made of orange duct tape. "State your business, traveler," the tallest of the 3 said. He had a thick, matted beard and eyes that flickered with a dangerous, manic energy. Elias stopped. Static let out a low, vibrating growl, his hackles rising. "Just passing through," Elias said, keeping his hands visible, heading west. "West is closed," the man said. "The Council of the Ridge has declared this a restricted zone. You got anything to trade? Food, meds? That dog looks like it might have a few pounds of meat on it." The threat was casual, almost conversational. It was the sound of a world that had forgotten the weight of a social contract. Elias felt a familiar coldness creeping into his chest, but it wasn't the violet chill of the elders. It was the old, human coldness, the survival instinct that had kept his ancestors alive in caves. He reached into his pocket, not for a weapon, but for the small, smooth stone he had picked up in the tunnel. He didn't know why he still had it. It was just a piece of ballast, a physical anchor to the place where he had almost lost his mind. "I don't have food," Elias said, his voice dropping an octave. "And the dog stays, but I have something better. I have news from the coast." The men exchanged glances. Information was still the rarest commodity. What news? "The bridges are open," Elias lied, or perhaps he was prophesying. "The National Guard is moving inland with supplies. They're looking for people to help rebuild the grid. They're paying in real currency, fuel and grain. If you stay here robbing travelers, you're going to miss the window. When they get here, they won't be looking for councils. They'll be looking for insurgents." It was a gamble. He was playing on their fear of the old world's return. These men had carved out a tiny kingdom in the chaos, and the only thing that could scare them was the prospect of becoming nobodies again under the heel of a reconstructed government. The leader narrowed his eyes. "You're lying. There ain't no government left. The sky went purple and the world stopped. That don't happen to a world that's coming back." "The sky is gray now," Elias pointed out, gesturing to the overcast heavens. "And the world is moving. Look at the water. Look at the mud. You think you can stop the tide with those rifles." He took a step forward, not waiting for their permission. He walked with the confidence of a man who had seen the gears of the universe and found them wanting. He walked like a ghost, and the men, sensing something fundamentally off about the intensity of his gaze, stepped aside. They didn't lower their guns, but they didn't fire. They watched him pass, their faces a mix of suspicion and a sudden, gnawing doubt. Once he was out of sight, Elias felt his knees tremble. He leaned against a fence post and took a shaky breath. "Good boy, Static," he whispered. The dog licked his hand, the sandpaper tongue a grounding reality. As he moved deeper into the heartland, the nature of the landscape changed. The tight, claustrophobic valleys of the east gave way to the rolling hills of Ohio. The sky felt larger here, a vast, bruising expanse that seemed to press down on the earth. The ruins changed too. Instead of the dense, urban decay of the seaboard, he saw the skeletal remains of industrial giants, factories that looked like fallen cathedrals, their smokestacks pointing like accusatory fingers at the clouds. He began to see more people, not just scavengers but pilgrims. They moved in small groups, pushing shopping carts or pulling wagons. They were silent for the most part, their eyes fixed on the horizon. There was a shared understanding among them, a brotherhood of the displaced. They traded nods and sometimes shared a fire, but they rarely shared their stories. The past was a burden that everyone was trying to drop. Elias found himself becoming a sort of unofficial chronicler. At night, by the communal fires, he would listen. He heard about the flash freeze in Cincinnati, where 1,000 people had been caught in a midday traffic jam and had sat perfectly still for what felt like a century. He heard about the dreamers in Kentucky, who refused to wake up even after the violet light faded. Their minds apparently preferred the static of the stillness to the friction of the new world. "Why are you going to Chicago?" a young woman asked him one night. She was traveling with her younger brother, both of them wrapped in oversized wool blankets. "I'm looking for my wife," Elias said. It was the first time he had said the word wife out loud in years. It felt heavy on his tongue, like a stone. "Do you think she's waiting?" the woman asked. "I don't know," Elias said, "but I have to find the place where I left her. Even if she's not there, the space she occupied is still there. I need to see the vacancy." The woman nodded. "I'm looking for my parents. They were in St. Louis. People say St. Louis is gone, that the river took it. But I figure, even if the city is gone, the ground is still there. You can't wash away the ground." Elias thought about the ledger, the psychic map of history he carried in his mind. He wanted to tell her that she was right, that every footstep ever taken was etched into the fabric of reality, but he stayed silent. Some truths were too large to be helpful. They reached the outskirts of Columbus by the end of the second week. The city was a blackened husk. A fire had swept through the downtown core during the early days of the wake, or perhaps during the chaotic first hours of the thaw, and the skeletons of the skyscrapers were draped in soot. The smell was a mix of wet ash and stagnant water. Elias and Static navigated the debris-strewn streets. Here, the new world was at its most primal. Without the sun to provide a clear sense of direction, the city was a labyrinth. Elias relied on his internal compass, that strange, indigo-tinted intuition that had been gifted to him by the tunnel. He could feel the pull of the west, a magnetic tug in his solar plexus. In the ruins of a library, he found a map. It was a topographical survey of the Great Lakes region. He traced the line of the highway towards Chicago. It looked so short on paper, a few inches of ink. In reality, it was a gauntlet of broken pavement and flooded plains. He also found a book of poetry. Most of the pages were stuck together with mold, but he managed to peel one open. It was a fragment of Eliot. "This is the way the world ends, not with a bang but a whimper." Elias laughed, a dry, hacking sound that startled a flock of crows roosting in the rafters. "Wrong, T.S., he muttered. "The world ends with a hum, and it starts again with a growl." He tore the page out and put it in his pocket, next to the stone. The trek across Indiana was a descent into a different kind of purgatory. The state was a vast, flat mirror. The drainage systems had failed, and the spring rains had turned the farmland into a shallow inland sea. Elias spent days wading through knee-deep water, his feet perpetually pruned and aching. The horizon was a straight line where the gray water met the gray sky, and for long stretches he felt as though he were walking on a treadmill, making no progress at all. This was the middle place. The adrenaline of the escape had worn off, and the destination was still too far away to be real. This was where the mind began to eat itself. He started talking to Static more long, rambling monologues about his life before the tunnel. He told the dog about the smell of Sarah's shampoo, the way the light hit their kitchen at 7:00 a.m., the specific sound of the L train as it rounded the corner near their apartment. He was afraid that if he didn't speak the memories, they would be overwritten by the ledger. He didn't want to remember the birth of stars. He wanted to remember the price of a gallon of milk. She used to leave her shoes in the middle of the hallway, Elias told the dog as they huddled under a rusted billboard for a defunct insurance company. I used to trip over them every single morning. I used to get so angry. Can you believe that, Static? I was angry about shoes. Now I'd give my left arm to trip over a pair of scuffed-up heels. Static wagged his tail, his eyes reflecting the orange glow of their small stove. The dog didn't care about the past. He cared about the warmth and the half-can of salvaged tuna they had shared for dinner. On the 20th day, the water began to recede. The mud became thicker, more viscous, but the ground was finally rising. He reached a highway sign that had been bent nearly to the ground. Chicago, 50 miles. He stopped. He stood there for a long time, staring at the rusted metal. 50 miles, 2 days of hard walking, maybe 3, given the state of the roads. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of terror. As long as he was walking, Sarah was a possibility. She was a goal, a lighthouse in the fog. But once he arrived, the possibility would be replaced by reality. He might find a grave. He might find an empty lot. He might find a woman who looked like her but had eyes that were as cold and distant as the elders themselves. He looked at his hands. They were shaking. "What if we're not supposed to go back?" he whispered. The ledger in his mind hummed, a low, resonant frequency that felt like a rebuke. It wasn't about going back. There was no back. There was only the continuation. The universe didn't rewind. It just kept unfolding, layer after layer, a never-ending sequence of cause and effect. He adjusted the straps of his pack. "Come on, Static. Let's go see what's left." The final approach to Chicago was like entering a dream of the future as imagined by a Victorian architect. The skyline appeared on the horizon, a jagged silhouette of steel and glass rising out of the mist of Lake Michigan. But the city was changed. Without the constant hum of electricity, the towers looked like ancient monoliths, monuments to a civilization that had vanished overnight. There were no lights, no glowing beacons on the Sears Tower, no shimmering reflections in the water. The city was a dark, silent sentinel. As he crossed the city limits, the air changed. It became colder, carrying the sharp, metallic scent of the lake. The streets here were surprisingly clear. It seemed that the wind off the water had swept away much of the debris, leaving the boulevards wide and empty. He saw signs of life, real life. There were gardens planted in the median strips of the roads. He saw a communal laundry set up in a fountain in a public park. He saw people moving through the streets with a sense of purpose. They weren't refugees, they were citizens. He reached his old neighborhood in Lincoln Park as the sun was beginning to set. The trees were bare, their branches reaching up like skeletal fingers, but he could see the tiny, green nubs of new buds. The world was waking up, even here. He turned the corner onto his street. His heart was hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. His apartment building was still standing. The brickwork was scorched in places, and several of the windows were boarded up, but the structure was intact. He stood on the sidewalk, looking up at the third floor. The window to their bedroom was open. A thin, white curtain fluttered in the breeze. He didn't move. He couldn't. He was a statue again, caught in a different kind of stillness. Static sat down beside him, looking up at the building and then back at Elias, as if waiting for a command. "Is she there?" Elias whispered. The ledger was silent. The elders were gone. The stars were hidden behind the clouds. There was no cosmic guidance, no indigo light to show him the way. He took a step, then another. He reached the front door of the building. It was propped open with a brick. He walked into the lobby. The air smelled of dust and old mail. He began to climb the stairs. Each step felt like a mile. Each landing was a mountain peak. As he reached the third floor, he walked down the hallway to 3B. He stopped in front of the door. He could hear a sound from inside, a faint, rhythmic scratching. He reached out and knocked. The sound was small, pathetic in the vast silence of the city. The scratching stopped. Footsteps approached the door. They were slow, hesitant. The door creaked open. Elias Thorne stood in the hallway, a man of mud and memories, a carrier of the universe's secret history. He looked at the woman standing in the doorway. She was thinner than he remembered. Her hair was gray at the temples, and there was a long, jagged scar running across her cheek. But her eyes, they were the same. They were the warm, amber eyes of the woman who had once left her shoes in the middle of the hallway. She looked at him, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. The world was cold, and the world was turning, and the silence between them was the most profound thing Elias had ever experienced. "Elias," she whispered. The word was a spark. It was a match struck in a dark room. Elias felt the weight of the ledger finally lift from his shoulders. He felt the violet shadow vanish. He felt the mud on his boots and the sting of the lake wind on his face. "I'm home," he said. And as he stepped across the threshold, the dog following at his heels, Elias Thorne realized that the tunnel hadn't been a journey through the earth. It had been a journey through the self. The world had turned cold, yes, but the heat was coming back. It was coming back in the touch of a hand, in the sound of a name, and in the messy, beautiful, terrifying reality of a tomorrow that was finally, blessedly, uncertain. The door closed behind them, sealing out the hollow wind of the Chicago streets. Inside, the apartment was a skeleton of the life they had once led. The bookshelves had been emptied, the heavy oak furniture broken down for firewood or moved to barricade the windows, leaving behind pale rectangles on the wallpaper where memories used to hang. Yet the air smelled of dried sage and wood smoke, the scent of survival rather than decay. Sarah didn't move toward him at first. She stayed rooted by the doorframe, her hand still gripping the brass knob as if it were the only thing keeping her upright. She looked at his tattered coat, the salt and pepper beard that had grown wild during his trek, and finally at Static, who had slumped onto the floorboards with a grunt of exhaustion. "They said no one came back from the east," she said, her voice a fragile rasp. "The travelers, they told stories about the mountains, that the air turned to glass, that the people there just stopped." "I did stop," Elias said. He moved toward her, his legs heavy, the phantom hum of the tunnel still vibrating in the marrow of his bones. for a long time. I was a part of the stillness, Sarah. I saw the beginning and the end of everything, but I found a way to start moving again. She finally let go of the door. When she reached for him, her touch was hesitant, as if she expected her fingers to pass through him like smoke. When her palms met the rough wool of his jacket and felt the solid heat of his chest, she let out a jagged sob. They collapsed into each other, a collision of two shipwrecks in a calm sea. Elias buried his face in the crook of her neck, breathing in the cold, sharp reality of her. The ledger, that vast, oppressive library of cosmic truth, flickered in his mind one last time and then dimmed, retreating into a quiet corner of his subconscious. For the first time in weeks, the only history that mattered was the one being written by the beat of her heart against his. I waited, she whispered into his shoulder. I stayed until the food ran out, and then I stayed through the hunger. I thought if I left and you came back, you'd find an empty room and think I was part of the gray. I would have found you, Elias said, though he knew the arrogance of the statement. I have a map now, not a paper one. I can feel where things belong. She pulled back, searching his face. Her amber eyes, once so clear, were now clouded with the things she had seen to stay alive. You're different, Elias, your eyes. When the light hits them, they look like the sky did during the wake, that violet color. It's a souvenir, he said, trying to smile. From the tunnel, it turns out the dark doesn't just leave you when you walk out of it. You carry a piece of it with you to keep the light honest. She led him further into the apartment. In the kitchen, a small cast-iron stove sat where the kitchen island had once been. A single pot of water was simmering. There was a sense of communal living that hadn't been there before. He saw extra bedrolls in the corner and crates of salvaged canned goods labeled with names he didn't recognize. I'm not alone here, Sarah explained, seeing his gaze. There are 6 of us in the building. We pooled everything. The Miller brothers from the 4th floor and a nurse named Elena. We take turns watching the roof. There are groups, not like the ones you probably saw on the road, not scavengers, but people who think the old laws are dead for good. They try to take what they want. We don't let them. Elias sat at the scarred kitchen table, the same table where they had once argued about taxes and vacation spots. It felt like an artifact from a lost civilization. The Council of the Ridge tried to stop me near the border. I told them the government was coming back. I think I scared them with the ghost of a dead world. Sarah sat across from him, taking his hands in hers. Her skin was calloused, the nails short and broken. Is it coming back? Elias looked out the boarded window toward the darkening horizon of Lake Michigan. He thought of the elders, those vast, indifferent architects of the stillness. He thought of the way the stars had looked when they were being born. No, he said softly, the world that was, that's gone. The wake wasn't a storm we could wait out. It was a molting. We're the thing that's left behind after the skin is shed. We have to decide what the new shape is. That night, for the first time in years, Elias slept in a bed. It wasn't the plush mattress they had bought after their first anniversary. It was a collection of blankets and a thin foam pad on the floor of the bedroom, positioned away from the windows to avoid stray glass or drafts. But with Sarah's warmth beside him and Static's rhythmic breathing at his feet, it was a palace. Yet sleep did not bring peace. He dreamed of the tunnel. In the dream, he wasn't walking through it. He was the tunnel itself. He felt the weight of the Appalachian Mountains pressing down on his chest. He felt the millions of souls caught in the violet amber of the stillness, their thoughts like tiny, stinging sparks inside his mind. He saw the face of the man who had frozen while tying his shoe, and the woman who had died mid-scream. You are the witness, a voice echoed, not a human voice, but the sound of tectonic plates grinding together. The ledger must be balanced. You cannot simply return to the small life. Elias woke up drenched in sweat, his heart hammering. The room was pitch black. For a terrifying second, he thought he was back in the mountain, that the last 20 days had been a hallucination born of oxygen deprivation and grief. He reached out and touched Sarah's arm. She stirred, murmuring in her sleep, and the reality of her skin grounded him. He sat up, his breath hitching in the silence. He looked toward the window. The new world was out there, silent and waiting. He realized then that he couldn't just be a husband again. The tunnel had changed his DNA, or perhaps his soul. He was a bridge between the world that had ended and the world that was trying to be born. He carried the memories of the before with the clarity of a god, and the survival instincts of the after with the desperation of an animal. The next morning, the council of the building gathered in the kitchen. The Miller brothers, burly men who had once worked in construction, looked at Elias with blatant suspicion. Elena, the nurse, looked at him with a professional curiosity, her eyes lingering on the faint, pulsating glow of his pupils. He says he came from the coast, Sarah told them, her hand resting protectively on Elia's shoulder. He walked through the mountains, through the tunnel. One of the Millers, a man named Ben, spat into a tin cup. Nobody walks through the tunnel. That place is a graveyard. They say the air there stays frozen. They say if you go in, you don't come out the same side of time. I didn't, Elias said, his voice calm, carrying that new, resonant authority. But I'm here, and I saw what's happening out there. The water is rising in the plains. The cities are empty, but the land is starting to breathe again. If you stay here, huddled in these apartments, you're just waiting for the walls to fall in. And what do you suggest, traveler? Elena asked. We have a system here. We have water from the lake. We have a garden starting in the park. We're safe. You're stagnant, Elias countered. He stood up, and as he did, the light in the room seemed to shift, leaning toward him. The stillness is over, but the wake has a second phase. The world is trying to find its new equilibrium. The weather is going to get worse before it gets better. The floods I saw in Indiana, they're moving north. The lake isn't going to stay in its bed. He saw the fear in their eyes, the specific, sharp fear of people who had fought hard for a small piece of stability and were being told it was an illusion. How do you know? Ben demanded. You some kind of prophet now. You see the future in that purple light in your eyes. I don't see the future, Elias said, leaning over the table. I see the patterns. I see the way the energy was redistributed when the elders pulled the plug. I'm not a prophet, Ben. I'm a man who looked at the blueprint of the house while it was being torn down. He spent the next few days helping them reinforce the building, but his mind was elsewhere. He found himself drawn to the lakefront. He would stand on the concrete barriers of Lake Shore Drive, watching the gray-green water churn. The lake was restless. It didn't have the rhythmic, predictable tides of the ocean. It had a chaotic, temperamental heave. Static never left his side. The dog seemed to sense the change in the air, too. He would sniff the wind and let out a low, mournful howl that echoed off the empty skyscrapers. One afternoon, while scavenging for supplies in a nearby pharmacy, Elias found a stash of old notebooks. He began to write. He didn't write about his life or his feelings. He wrote the ledger. He recorded the names of the people he had seen in the stillness. He described the way the light had bent in the tunnel. He drew diagrams of the celestial alignments he had witnessed during his moment of cosmic expansion. He realized he was writing a Bible for a world that had forgotten how to pray. Sarah found him writing by the light of a kerosene lamp. She sat beside him, watching his hand move across the paper with a feverish intensity. "You're leaving again, aren't you?" she asked. It wasn't an accusation. It was an observation of a truth they both knew. Elias stopped writing. He looked at her, and for a moment the indigo in his eyes faded, replaced by the deep, aching love of the man he used to be. "I don't want to, God, Sarah, I want to stay in this room until the sun burns out, but I can't shut it off. The humming, it's getting louder. It's like I'm a radio tuned to a frequency that no one else can hear, and the signal is telling me that there's something coming, something bigger than the wake." "Where?" she asked. "West," he said, gesturing toward the vast, open heart of the continent. The mountains were the beginning, the coast was the end, but the center, that's where the new world is going to anchor itself. There's a place where the ley lines meet. I saw it in the tunnel, a point of stability. "Then we go together," Sarah said firmly. Elias shook his head. "It's too dangerous. The roads are turning into rivers. The people out there, they're losing their humanity faster than they're losing their technology." Sarah took the notebook from his hands and closed it. She looked him dead in the eye, the same fierce woman who had survived the collapse of a superpower in a third-floor walk-up. "Elias Thorne, I spent 3 years wondering if you were a corpse in a ditch. I survived the violet light and the hunger and the men with guns. If you think I'm staying behind to watch a garden grow while you walk into the end of the world again, you didn't learn anything in that tunnel." A ghost of a smile touched Elias' lips. "It's a long walk, Sarah." "Then we'd better start packing," she said. They spent the next week preparing. They traded Elias' knowledge of the roads for supplies, extra ammunition, high-calorie rations, and a sturdy cart for static to pull when the terrain allowed. The Miller brothers were happy to see them go. Elias' presence had become a reminder of the instability they were trying to ignore. Elena, however, gave Elias a small kit of antibiotics and a look of profound sadness. "Find what you're looking for, Elias," she said, "and if you find a place where the world makes sense again, send a signal." "I'll try," he promised. On the morning of their departure, the sky over Chicago was a bruised, heavy purple, a callback to the colors of the wake. The wind was howling off the lake, carrying the spray of the water like needles. Elias stood on the sidewalk, his pack heavy on his shoulders, static standing alert at his side. Sarah stood next to him, her hand tucked into the crook of his arm. He looked up at their apartment window one last time. The white curtain was still fluttering, a small, pale flag of surrender to the past. They began to walk west, leaving the skeletal remains of the city behind. As they reached the city limits, Elias felt a strange sensation. The smooth stone in his pocket, the one from the tunnel, began to vibrate. It grew warm against his thigh. He reached in and pulled it out. The stone was no longer gray. It was translucent, glowing with a soft internal light. It was a compass, a key, a piece of the engine that ran the universe. "What is it?" Sarah asked, shielding her eyes from the wind. Elias held the stone up. The light from the pebble seemed to pierce through the morning mist, carving a path through the gloom. "It's the way forward," Elias said. They stepped onto the highway, the asphalt cracked and buckled by the frost of 1,000 years compressed into a few months. Ahead of them lay the vast, flooded plains of the Midwest, a landscape of water and ruins and the unknown. Elias Thorne was no longer just a traveler. He was a pioneer in a world that had forgotten the meaning of the word. He was the man who had turned cold in the tunnel, and in doing so, had learned how to carry the fire. Behind them, the city of Chicago faded into the gray. Ahead, the horizon was a blur of shadow and light. "Elias," Sarah called out over the roar of the wind. Yes. Tell me a story, not about the stars, not about the elders. Tell me about the first time we met. I want to hear a story that belongs to us. Elias took a breath, the cold air filling his lungs, tasting of iron and hope. He began to speak, his voice steady and warm, a human melody against the backdrop of a silent world. And as they walked, the stone in his hand pulsed in time with his words, a small, glowing heartbeat in the vast, turning cold. The road out of the city was a graveyard of ambition. Hundreds of cars sat stalled in permanent gridlock, their metal husks rusted into a uniform shade of autumn orange. They were the husks of a mass exodus that had never reached its destination, frozen in time when the great stillness had dropped the curtain on the internal combustion engine. Elias led Sarah through the narrow gaps between bumpers, his hand occasionally brushing the cold steel of a door. He could feel the echoes of the people who had been inside, their panic, their final prayers, the way their heartbeats had slowed until they matched the rhythm of the stones beneath them. Static trotted ahead, his nose low to the ground. The dog had become an expert at navigating the labyrinth of debris, sniffing out the scent of stagnant water or the sharp, metallic tang of gray rot, the mold that had begun to claim the damp interiors of the abandoned vehicles. "Don't look in the windows," Elias warned softly as Sarah paused by a minivan. "I'm not," she lied, her voice tight. She was looking at a faded sunshade in the shape of a cartoon cat, now peeling away from the glass. "I'm just wondering how many of them are still. In there. Not dead, but not here." "The ones who stayed in their cars are the lucky ones," Elias said, and he meant it. "They're part of the architecture now. It's the ones who kept walking that you have to worry about." By midday, the skyline of Chicago had shriveled into a jagged set of teeth on the horizon. The wind changed, losing the lake's damp chill and taking on the dry, dusty scent of the plains. The highway, Interstate 88, stretched before them like a long, gray ribbon torn by a giant's hand. In some places, the earth had heaved upward, creating miniature mountain ranges of asphalt. In others, the road simply vanished into stagnant lagoons where the drainage systems had failed. They moved with a rhythmic, grueling efficiency. Elias set the pace, his body fueled by a strange, humming energy that seemed to bypass the need for frequent rest. He felt as though he were still walking through the tunnel, the walls merely wider now, the ceiling replaced by a sky that remained a bruised, perpetual twilight. "You're doing it again," Sarah said, as they stopped to share a canteen near a collapsed overpass. "Doing what?" "Looking through things instead of at them. Your eyes, they're drifting." Elias blinked, forcing himself to focus on the curve of her jaw, the way a stray lock of hair was plastered to her forehead. "The ledger," he whispered. "It's like a map overlaid on reality. I see the way the groundwater is shifting beneath us. I see the fault lines. It's hard to focus on the pebble in front of me when I can feel the mountain moving miles away." "Focus on the pebble, Elias," she said, taking his hand. Her grip was a tether. "Focus on me. If you drift too far, I won't be able to pull you back." He nodded, squeezing her hand until it hurt. "I'm here, I promise." As the sun, a pale lemon-colored ghost, began to dip toward the west, they encountered the first sign of life that wasn't a dog or a bird. A plume of white smoke rose from a cluster of trees near an old rest stop. Static growled, a low vibration in his throat that set Elias' teeth on edge. "Stay behind me," Elias said, his hand moving to the heavy wrench he kept looped in his belt. He didn't like using guns. The noise felt like a violation of the world's new, fragile silence. They approached the rest stop with the sun at their backs. The building was a concrete shell, its windows long gone, but the area around it was meticulously clean. A small fire crackled in a pit lined with river stones. Sitting by the fire was a man who looked like he had been carved out of driftwood. He wore a coat made of stitched-together moving blankets and sat on a plastic crate, whittling a piece of wood with a surgical scalpel. He didn't look up as they approached. "The dog is hungry," the man said. His voice sounded like two stones rubbing together. "But he's not a biter, not unless you tell him to be." Elias stopped 10 feet away. He felt the violet stone in his pocket pulse once, a warm throb of recognition. "We're just passing through. We don't want any trouble." The man looked up then. His eyes were milky with cataracts, but he stared directly at Elias' face. A slow, toothless grin spread across his weathered features. "Trouble, son, trouble died 3 years ago when the clock stopped. Now we just have the is and the isn't. And you're a whole lot of is, aren't you?" Sarah stepped forward, her hand on Elias' arm. "Do you have water? We can trade." "Water S in the well behind the building. Help yourself. No charge for the basic elements," the man said, gesturing with his scalpel. "I'm Silas. I was a janitor at a high school before the wake. Now I'm a librarian." "The librarian?" Sarah asked, looking at the empty, gutted building. "I collect stories," Silas said. "Everyone who walks this road has one. They pay their toll in words. Most of them are the same: lost kids, lost wives, the day the lights went out. But you," he pointed the blade at Elias, "you've got a story that tastes like ozone. You've been to the dark place." Elias sat down across from the fire, the weight of his pack finally pulling at his shoulders. "The tunnel." Silas nodded slowly. "The Great Divide. They say the elders built it as a pressure valve for the world's soul. They say if you walk it from east to west, you lose your shadow. If you walk it west to east, you lose your mind." "I walked it east," Elias said, "and I didn't lose my shadow. I just learned what it was made of." Silas leaned in, the firelight dancing in his clouded eyes. "Tell me. I need to know if the hum is getting louder out there. Here in the flatlands, it's just a whisper, but they say in the mountains, it's a scream." Elias began to talk. He didn't tell the story he had told Sarah, the one about love and homecoming. He told the story of the ledger. He spoke of the geometry of the stillness, the way time had curdled like milk in the high altitudes, and the faces of the millions who were caught in the between. He described the elders not as monsters or gods, but as gardeners who had grown bored with the current crop and were waiting for the soil to go fallow. As he spoke, the violet light in his eyes grew more pronounced, casting long, strange shadows against the concrete walls of the rest stop. Sarah watched him, her expression a mix of awe and terror. She realized that Elias wasn't just recounting a journey. He was channeling something. The air around the fire grew heavy, the temperature dropping until their breath hung in the air like frozen ghosts. When he finished, the fire had burned down to glowing embers. Silas was silent for a long time, his whittling forgotten in his lap. "The equilibrium," Silas whispered. "That's what they call it in the old books. The moment the scales tip. You think you're heading to a place of stability, don't you? The anchor in the west." "I saw it," Elias said. "A point where the lines meet. A place where the world can start again." Silas shook his head, a pitying look on his face. "The anchor isn't a place, son. It's a person. The elders don't leave things to chance. If they're resetting the world, they need a witness. Someone to carry the old code into the new system. Someone to hold the ledger." The stone in Elias' pocket flared with a sudden, searing heat. He gasped, clenching his hand over his thigh. "You think you escaped the tunnel," Silas continued, his voice dropping to a hiss. But you didn't, you just stretched it. You're still inside it, Elias. We're all inside it now. You're the one carrying the walls. That's enough, Sarah snapped, standing up and pulling Elias with her. He's a man, not a ghost. We're going to the well. They left Silas by his dying fire. The water from the well was cold and metallic, but it cleared the cobwebs from Elias' head. He splashed his face, trying to wash away the sensation of Silas's words. You're still inside it. He's crazy, Elias, Sarah said, filling their canteens. The isolation does that to people. They start making up mythologies to fill the silence. He knew about the ledger, Sarah, Elias said, his voice trembling. I never used that word, he knew. Maybe he heard it from someone else, another traveler. There are no other travelers like me, Elias said, and the certainty in his voice chilled them both. They didn't stay the night at the rest stop. Despite the exhaustion, the presence of Silas felt like a weight they couldn't afford to carry. They pushed on into the dark, using a hand-cranked flashlight to illuminate the cracked pavement. The landscape changed as they moved deeper into the Illinois basin. The flat cornfields, once the breadbasket of the world, were now vast, shallow seas. The wake had melted the polar caps and shifted the water tables, and the Great Lakes were beginning to spill their guts into the lowlands. They reached a point where the highway dipped into a valley and simply ceased to exist. In its place was a shimmering expanse of black water, reflecting the starless, violet-tinged sky. We have to go around, Sarah said, looking at the map, but the side roads will be just as bad. Elias stepped to the edge of the water. He closed his eyes and reached out with his mind, seeking the resonance he had learned in the tunnel. He felt the submerged road beneath the surface, a solid, reliable spine of concrete buried under 6 feet of silt and water. But he felt something else, too. A pulse. Thump, 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 thump. It was coming from the water. It wasn't the sound of a heart. It was the sound of a machine, or perhaps a giant, breathing. Something is under there, Elias whispered. The fish, Sarah asked, her hand on the hilt of her knife. No, something deliberate. As if in response to his words, the water began to churn. A line of bubbles broke the surface, followed by a long metallic shape that looked like the spine of a submarine. But it wasn't made of steel. It was made of the same iridescent, obsidian-like material Elias had seen in the depths of the mountain. It was an orbital, one of the smaller drones used by the elders to reshape the topography. It rose from the water with a sound like tearing silk, shedding gallons of lake water that hissed as it hit the ground. It didn't have eyes or limbs, just a series of shifting, geometric plates that hummed with a low-frequency vibration. Static retreated behind Elias, his fur standing on end, his growl turning into a whimper. The orbital didn't attack. It hovered a few feet above the water's surface, its plates shifting until it formed a rough, crystalline pillar. A beam of light, not violet, but a blinding, surgical white, shot out from its center, scanning Elias from head to toe. Elias felt his skin prickle. The ledger in his mind began to spin, pages flipping at a dizzying speed. He saw the coordinates of their current location, the chemical composition of the air, and the exact trajectory of the coming storm. Elias, get back, Sarah yelled, reaching for him, but an invisible force field seemed to push her away. She stumbled, falling into the mud. Elias didn't move. He couldn't. He felt a connection forming, a bridge of data between his brain and the machine. The orbital wasn't there to kill him. It was there to update him. The anchor is drifting, a thought echoed in his skull. It wasn't a voice, but a realization. The biological interface is degrading. RECALIBRATION required. I'm not an interface, Elias gasped, his knees buckling. I'm a man. My name is Elias Thorne. ELIASTHORNE is the carrier, the thought replied. The message is the mission. The mission is the new world. The white light intensified, and Elias felt a searing pain in his chest, right where the stone sat in his pocket. He screamed, the sound lost in the roar of the wind. He felt his memories, his childhood, his wedding day, the smell of Sarah's hair being compressed, pushed into a small, dark corner of his mind to make room for the vast, cold data of the elders. No, he roared, fighting the intrusion. He reached into his pocket and grabbed the stone. It was white-hot, melting the fabric of his coat. He thrust it forward, toward the orbital, not as a weapon, but as a rejection. The stone struck the machine's light beam. There was a sound like a glass cathedral shattering. A shockwave of energy threw Elias backward, sending him tumbling into the mud next to Sarah. The orbital flickered. Its plates shifted violently, losing their geometric perfection. The white light turned a muddy, flickering gray. It let out a mournful, metallic groan and sank back into the water, the ripples spreading out in perfect, concentric circles until the surface was once again as smooth as glass. The silence that followed was absolute. Elias lay in the mud, gasping for air. His chest felt like it had been branded. Sarah crawled to him, her face streaked with tears and dirt, pulling his head into her lap. Elias, talk to me. He opened his eyes. The violet was gone. For the first time since he had entered the tunnel, his eyes were their original, muddy brown. But the clarity was gone, too. The world looked flat, dim, and terrifyingly small. I broke it, he wheezed, his voice barely a whisper. What did you break? The link, I shut them out. He reached for his pocket. The stone was gone. It had fused with the mud or been obliterated in the blast. He felt a sudden, hollow lightness in his chest. The ledger was silent. The maps were gone. He no longer knew where the groundwater was moving or when the next storm would hit. He was just a man in the dark, lost in the middle of a flooded wasteland. He looked at Sarah, and for the first time, he saw the true extent of her exhaustion, the fear she had been hiding behind her bravado. He saw the reality of their situation. They were hundreds of miles from their destination, with limited supplies, in a world that was actively trying to erase them. I'm just me again, he said, a tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. Sarah, I'm just a man. I can't see the way anymore. Sarah wiped his face with her sleeve. She looked out at the dark water, then back at him. She didn't look afraid anymore. She looked resolved. Good, she said, her voice firm. I didn't fall in love with a bridge, Elias. I fell in love with a man, and men don't need a ledger to find their way home. They just need to keep walking. She helped him to his feet. Static came over, licking Elias' hand, his tail wagging tentatively. Elias looked at his hands. They were shaking. The cold was seeped into his bones, and the world was a vast, terrifying mystery once again. But as he looked at Sarah, he realized that the uncertainty was its own kind of power. The elders had a plan, a blueprint, a destiny. But they didn't have this, the messy, irrational, beautiful refusal to give up. Which way? He asked. Sarah pointed west, toward the dark horizon where the clouds were just beginning to break, revealing a single, lonely star. That way, she said, until we hit the mountains, and then we'll keep going. Elias took a breath. It didn't taste like ozone. It tasted like rain and mud and wood smoke. It tasted like life. "Okay," he said, "let's walk." They turned away from the water and began to navigate the ruins of the road, two small figures against the backdrop of a changing world, moving forward not because they knew the way, but because they were together. The tunnel was behind them, and the future was a blank page, waiting for the first word. The silence that followed the destruction of the orbital was not the peaceful quiet of a forest at rest. It was the heavy, pressurized silence of a vacuum. Without the humming data stream of the ledger vibrating in his marrow, Elias felt a terrifying sense of vertigo. For weeks, he had navigated the world like a god viewing a tapestry from above, seeing the threads of gravity, heat, and history. Now he was back inside the tapestry, a single stitch lost in a sea of gray wool. They walked for 3 hours into the night, guided only by the rhythmic, mechanical click of Sarah's hand-cranked flashlight. The beam was weak and yellow, a pathetic challenge to the encroaching gloom of the Illinois basin. Every few minutes, the light would dim, and Sarah would crank the handle with a frantic, grinding sound that seemed to echo for miles across the stagnant water. "We need to find high ground," Sarah whispered. Her voice, usually so steady, had a jagged edge to it. "The water is rising. I can feel it hitting my ankles every time we step off the asphalt." Elias nodded, though he wasn't sure if she could see him. He felt blind. Not physically, his eyes adjusted to the dark, but spiritually. The is and isn't that Silas had spoken of were now blurred. He couldn't tell if the ground ahead was a solid bank of earth or a treacherous crust of silt over a deep channel. He reached out to touch the air, expecting to feel the familiar tingle of the fault lines, but there was only the cold, biting wind. "I can't tell where the road ends anymore," Elias admitted. The confession felt like a defeat. "I can," Sarah said, grabbing his elbow. "Follow my feet. If I sink, pull me back." They moved like a slow-motion funeral procession. Static, the dog, was their scout. He moved with a nervous, skittering energy, his nose low to the ground. Occasionally, he would let out a low, mournful howl, not at a predator, but at the sheer emptiness of the horizon. There were no crickets here, no frogs. The wake had sterilized the wetlands, leaving behind a world that was wet but lifeless. Around midnight, they stumbled upon an island of sorts, a highway cloverleaf that had been heaved upward by some tectonic shrug, leaving it 10 feet above the surrounding floodwaters. In the center of the concrete loop sat an overturned semi-truck, its trailer twisted like a discarded soda can. "In there," Sarah said, pointing to the cab of the truck. They scrambled up the embankment, their boots caked in a thick, sulfurous mud that smelled of ancient, disturbed rot. The cab of the truck was a cramped, metallic sanctuary. The glass of the windshield was shattered, but the heavy steel frame offered protection from the wind. Elias collapsed onto the tattered remains of the driver's seat. His body, no longer fueled by the ledger's artificial vitality, began to scream with the accumulated fatigue of the last 100 miles. His muscles cramped, and a feverish chill settled into his chest. Sarah sat opposite him, pulling a thermal blanket from her pack. She draped it over both of them, huddling close to share her warmth. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the wind whistling through the truck's side mirrors and the distant, rhythmic slap-slap of water against the concrete. "Elias," she said softly. "Oh, yeah. What did it feel like when the light hit you?" He closed his eyes, trying to find the words. It felt like being a book that someone was erasing and rewriting at the same time. "I wasn't me. I was just a vessel, a battery. They didn't care about my name or my memories. They just wanted a place to store the coordinates. He shuddered, pulling the blanket tighter. Sila's was right. I was carrying the walls of the tunnel with me. I was the bridge they were using to cross over into this world. But you broke it, she reminded him. You threw the stone. I did, but now I'm empty, Sarah. I don't know how to get us to the anchor. I don't even know if the anchor exists anymore, or if it was just a lie the ledger told me to keep me moving. Sarah reached out, her fingers finding his hand in the dark. Her skin was rough, calloused, and real. We don't need a map to find the west. We just keep the sunset on our left and the North Star on our right. We're going to find a place where the ground doesn't shake and the water doesn't taste like pennies. Even if it's just a shack on a hill, we'll make it the center of the world. Elias drifted into a fitful sleep, haunted by visions of geometric shapes and white surgical light. He dreamt of the tunnel, but this time the walls were made of faces. Everyone he had ever known, their mouths open in a silent, collective scream. He saw his mother, his father, the neighbors from his childhood, all of them pressed into the cold obsidian, their identities being harvested to power the great machine of the elders. He woke up sweating despite the cold. The sun was rising, though rising was a generous term. The sky merely transitioned from a deep, bruised purple to a sickly, translucent gray. Sarah was already awake, peering out the shattered windshield. Elia's look. He pulled himself up, his joints popping. Below their concrete island, the floodwaters had receded slightly, revealing a landscape that looked like a graveyard of the industrial age. Dozens of cars, half buried in silt, were arranged in a perfect, concentric circle around the cloverleaf. They weren't there last night, Elias whispered. No, Sarah said. The water moved them, or something did. As they watched, a figure emerged from the fog. It wasn't an orbital, and it wasn't a monster. It was a person, then another, and another. They moved with a slow, mechanical gait, their clothes rags, their heads bowed. They were the walkers, the ones Elias had warned Sarah about, the ones who had stayed in the tunnel too long, or who had been caught in the wake without a shadow to hold them down. They weren't attacking, they were circling. Each of them carried something, a piece of scrap metal, a smooth stone, a length of rusted wire. They were placing these objects at the base of the cloverleaf embankment, building a crude, sprawling altar. Are they worshipping us? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. No, Elias said, a cold dread settling in his stomach. They're not worshipping, they're anchoring. They can feel that the ledger is gone. They're trying to build a new one. One of the walkers looked up. His face was a blank mask of pale skin, his eyes clouded over with the same milky cataracts Sila's had. He pointed a finger at the truck. He didn't speak, but a sound vibrated in Elias' teeth, a low subharmonic hum that mimicked the sound of the orbital. We have to go, Elias said, grabbing his pack. Now. They scrambled out of the cab and down the opposite side of the embankment, away from the gathering crowd. The walkers didn't chase them. They simply continued their slow, rhythmic labor, piling stones and scrap metal in a desperate attempt to give the chaos a shape. They pushed through the knee-deep water, heading due west. The landscape began to rise, the flooded plains giving way to the rolling hills of what used to be Iowa. Here, the destruction was different. It wasn't the slow, drowning rot of the basin. It was the violent, explosive ruin of a landscape that had been torn apart by wind. Massive wind turbines, once the pride of the prairie, lay across the land like fallen giants, their blades shattered into lethal shards of fiberglass. The soil was stripped bare, the topsoil blown away to reveal the red, angry clay beneath. As they climbed a long, gradual ridge, the air grew thinner and colder. The wake had done something to the atmosphere here, creating pockets of low pressure that made Elias' ears pop and his lungs ache. By the third day after the encounter with the orbital, their food was nearly gone. They were living on handfuls of dried protein paste and sips of filtered rainwater that tasted of dust. Elias was growing weaker, the physical toll of the journey finally catching up to his unaugmented body. He limped, his left knee swollen from a fall in the mud, and his breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. "Rest," Sarah commanded as they reached the crest of a hill overlooking a ruined farmhouse. "We can't," Elias wheezed. "The walkers, they're following. I can feel them. Not with the ledger, but with my skin. The air gets heavy when they get close." "They're miles behind us, Elias. Look," she pointed back toward the east. The horizon was a blur of gray mist, but there was no sign of the slow-moving crowd. "You're hallucinating from the hunger. We're stopping at that house. There might be a cellar, something the wind didn't catch." The farmhouse was a skeletal remains of timber and stone. The roof was gone, and the walls leaned at a precarious angle, but the cellar door, a heavy, slanted slab of oak, was still intact. Elias slumped against the cellar door while Sarah struggled with the rusted bolt. With a groan of protesting metal, the door swung open, revealing a dark, cool space that smelled of soil and fermented apples. They descended into the gloom. Sarah struck a match, the small flame revealing rows of dusty glass jars. "Canned peaches," she whispered, her voice cracking. "Elias, look, green beans, tomatoes, it's a gold mine." She cracked open a jar of peaches and handed it to him. The syrup was thick and cloyingly sweet, the first real sugar Elias had tasted in months. He ate with a desperate animal intensity, the juice running down his chin. For a few minutes, the terrors of the road faded, replaced by the simple, primal relief of a full stomach. But as the adrenaline of the find wore off, the silence of the cellar began to feel oppressive. Static sat by the stairs, his ears twitching, his gaze fixed on the darkness at the back of the room. "What is it, boy?" Sarah asked, holding the match higher. In the corner of the cellar, slumped against a crate of potatoes, was a skeleton. It wasn't old. The clothes, a flannel shirt and denim overalls, were still relatively intact. In its lap sat a heavy, leather-bound book. Elias froze, a peach halfway to his mouth. He knew that book. He didn't need the ledger to recognize the binding, the way the leather seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. "Don't touch it," Elias said, his voice a rasp. Sarah stepped closer, the match flickering in her hand. "It's just a journal, Elias. Maybe they left a map or a warning." "It's not a journal," Elias said, standing up on shaky legs. "Look at the edges of the pages." Sarah lined in. The pages weren't paper. They were thin, translucent sheets of something that looked like mica, etched with microscopic lines of silver. "It's a fragment," Elias whispered. "A piece of the original ledger. This wasn't just a farmer. This was a keeper." He approached the skeleton with a mixture of reverence and horror. The man had died with his hand resting on the book, his fingers curled around the spine as if trying to keep it warm. On the wall above him, written in charcoal, were 4 words. "The weight is too much." "He was like me," Elias said, reaching out to touch the leather. As his fingers made contact, a spark of static electricity jumped between him and the book. Suddenly, the cellar was gone. Elias was standing in a vast white void. There was no floor, no ceiling, only an infinite expanse of nothingness. Standing in front of him was the man from the cellar, no longer a skeleton, but a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a kind, weary face. "You're late," the man said. "Who are you?" Elias asked, his voice echoing in the void. "I was Thomas. I was the anchor for the 41st parallel, but the signal broke. The elders, they changed the frequency. I couldn't hold the line anymore." Thomas gestured to the void around them. "This is what happens when a keeper fails. The reality around them unspools. This house, this hill, it's just a memory held together by my corpse." "I don't want to be a keeper," Elias said. "I threw the stone away. I broke the link." Thomas smiled, a sad, knowing expression. "You didn't break it, Elias. You just muted it. The ledger isn't an object you can throw away. It's a virus. It's part of your DNA now. Why do you think you can still feel the walkers? Why do you think you found this cellar in a sea of ruins?" "I'm just a man," Elias insisted, his voice breaking. "I have a woman who loves me. I want to find a home." "Then you must find the true anchor," Thomas said, his image beginning to flicker like a dying candle. "The one in the west. But be warned, Elias, the anchor isn't a place of salvation. It's a place of decision. You will have to choose between the world that was and the world that must be. And the elders, they don't like to be kept waiting." The white void shattered. Elias was back in the cellar, gasping for air. Sarah was holding him, her face full of alarm.